We call the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting to order here this morning, and our first order of business is we have an extension request from a previous case. Mr. Dixon, would you go ahead and read the request letter, please?
All right, letter February 15th, 2022 from Matthew G. Lazuriaga. Please accept this correspondence as a written request for an extension of the BZA approval in the above referenced case beyond the current deadline for final approval of the same. As you may be aware, the approved use was originally tracked to proceed through the simplified site plan process. Thereafter, my clients were notified by the county that they would be required to go through the full site development plan process. Thereafter, prolonged discussions with applicable bureaus and the county attorney's office took place, which have only recently concluded. My clients still have the services of BPR Inc. to assist with the process ahead of them. At this point, my clients remain committed to seeing this process through and greatly wishes to receive final approval of their use. That's the letter.
Can you remind us what the case was about?
It's BZA case 6292.
Is a contractor storage yard down on the north side of Route 32, just beyond Nicodemus Road. It's an open lot with an adjoining house. The applicant came in and we gave him approval. Within a couple of days of his initial approval, he had an automobile accident that incapacitated him for some time. He got another request, and he was under the impression it would be a simplified site plan, and now the county has said that it needs to be a full site plan, which is obviously going to take more time.
Right.
Mr. Lazuriaga, you want to go to the microphone? You're the legal counsel.
Good morning, everybody. Matthew Lazuriaga. The letter Mr. Dixon just read was mine, and I represent the applicants in this case. Mr. Bale, most respectfully, I think you might have this matter confused with another. This property is 125 Kate Wagner Road.
Oh, never mind. Yes, this is the Stewart case. Sorry.
Okay.
So this was the wedding venue case on Kate Wagner Road. The Stewart family, the wedding tent is down in the bottom, and they have places for rent up at the house.
It's BC. I wasn't involved in that case.
So that was before you.
Right. That's back in, I remember watching it online. It was back in March or April.
Yeah, so it was,
year, just before I joined the board.
yeah. So that, and again, Lisa's not here, but she's very sensitive to the timelines and the COVID and all of how that's affected normal timelines and getting anything done. And I didn't realize they were asked for a full site plan as opposed to a simplified, which is a lot more involved for their land engineer. So, any discussion or questions?
No.
Okay.
Typically, we grant these.
And what was the time period? What was the time period requested for the extension?
Optimistically, I'd request 6 months, but on the chances board's feeling generous and we have some delays with the county, an additional 12 months would be appreciated. But I think 6 months is doable.
And Mr. Dixon, our policy or our past practices have been 1 year.
Yeah, 6 months or 12 months. It's up to the board.
May I ask, did the simplified site check, has that already been done?
No, they were told that
They
a
told
simplified was.
Then it had to switch to...
Mr. Lazuriaga.
Just stand here, and I'm sorry, if you have any questions, I shouldn't sit down. My clients submitted their full simplified site plan package, and thereafter, weeks after, we're told, you can't go this path anymore. And we tried to work that out, and, well, here I am.
Okay.
I understand.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. This is a first extension request.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion in the case number
6292.
6292, that we grant a one-year extension request, given their circumstances.
Okay, do I have a second to the motion?
I second.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
I guess I can talk now.
You want to talk?
I
didn't know
this was that, so just a minute ago.
Oh, you did? Well,
We haven't voted on the motion.
we will go ahead and allow you to do that, Mr. Voigt. This really goes against what our rules are, but we'll allow you to do that. Please identify yourself.
I will. My name is Jay Voigt, I'm zoning administrator for Carroll County. My address is 225 North Center Street. I understand that this is about the Good Feelings Farm. Is that correct?
Yes.
At 125 Kate Wagner Road?
Yes, it's Kate Wagner Road. I wasn't aware of the title, but go ahead.
Okay, like I say, I was not aware of any requests coming before you today. But we've had issues over the last year and a half with this property. The beginning, after you guys gave them the original approval, we issued temporary zoning certificates for them to continue until they had their simplified site plan approved, so they can continue to work and hold the weddings. And then we issued a second one towards the fall, because the simplified site plan at that time was getting ready to be finalized. But at that time, a problem came up with it, and it was determined that it had to go through the whole site plan process and not become a simplified site plan. And at that time, they were told that they needed to submit a site plan showing what they were doing for a full site plan. To this date, and I checked yesterday, no action has been taken to submit any kind of full site plan to the county for review. I've also told Mr. Lorizaga on the phone the other day that this year we will not be issuing any temporary uses until a site plan is filed and approved by the county. So I just want you to take that into consideration, that they haven't done anything to continue the process by submitting anything since their original simplified site plan, which had been turned down. And they were given 2 temporary uses last year, more out of concern for those who were having the weddings at the location, so they didn't have to cancel them at that location, which would be an unreasonable hardship on the people who are holding the weddings. So like I say, nothing else has been done today. And as I came in, I understood you were making a motion to extend their approval. I feel, A, they don't need an extension because they already did apply to your development review with the simplified site plan, which was rejected. And they need to submit another site plan. But since no actions have been taken on that since the end of last year, actually, I think it was more like October, sometime around then, no site plans have been submitted. I personally don't feel that an extension for their approval is needed. As long as they're working through the site plan process, which they did, and they applied, and they have to reapply, and they haven't yet. I don't think any extension should be given until they show progress on doing what they're required to do. That's all I had to say.
Okay, Mr. Voigt, the question I have is, when we approved that use, that wedding venue use at that location, at that point, the applicant thought that he was led to believe by county staff that a simplified site plan was all that was required.
That is correct. What had happened with that, my understanding, is they did submit a simplified site plan, and it was initially under 5,000 square feet, but there was information left off the plan that actually indicated that it was above 5,000 square foot of disturbance, which would require a full site plan. So the county did not approve the simplified site plan and required a full site plan because it was over 5,000 square feet of disturbance.
Can we ask a question of the attorney?
Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Lotiziaga, please.
Yes, Mr. Caldwell.
Sir, could you advise us if your client is actually moving forward with this project, or is there some reason why there's been almost a 4-month delay since the simplified plan was rejected?
Sure, I can. And perhaps I should have been more detailed in the request that Mr. Dixon read. After my clients were initially informed by county staff that you don't fall under the simplified plan, they asked me, and I was making contacts and a couple of inroads with development review, resource management specifically, as well as the county attorney's office to make sure I understood why. And we believed at the time, and I still believe, but I know what I've been told, that the 5,000 square foot threshold of disturbance is not actually exceeded with this use. It happens to be since the last time a site plan was approved for the property, and I've not gotten anywhere with that. So my client has come to terms with the fact recently, last month, that this is what they're going to have to do. And they've not re-engaged because they've never disengaged the services of BPR. They've met, they've discussed the development review fees, the scope, and the timing, and everything is a go. And I can understand, from my client's perspective, it's a go. I can understand Mr. Voigt's statement that he doesn't think that an extension is needed. I, as their counsel, would just feel a lot better knowing that there's a specific extension. Now, I agree with him wholeheartedly. Factually, nothing has been done from the county side in that the full site development review packet has not yet been submitted. It will be. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Caldwell. If not, I can be more specific.
Have you any idea when they might submit the updated site plan?
Without having Mr. Bechtel here, I don't want to hamstring him, but I would hope in a matter of 60 days, if not sooner.
May I ask a question for Mr. Voigt?
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yes,
Voigt,
ma'am.
So where, in the county's mind then, where is this process? So they had a simplified plan, they were over the 5,000 square feet. So is this sort of like starting again, where they have to submit the full site plan and then
Since
start
they've
from there, or?
Initially engaged the development review with the application of the simplified site plan. They met the letter of the law and that they had to submit something to them within a year of the decision to get things going. Well, they did do that, and they have submitted something. It was rejected by the county, and they were told what they had to do. And if Mr. Lotiziaga is correct that they've been working on it, but we've had no contact from them in the last couple of months on what's happening or what they're doing. So we have no idea of what, at least according to my understanding, of what's going on. So, like I say, I don't necessarily feel an extension is necessary because they've already met the requirement of submitting something to development review. It just wasn't adequate, and they were asked to resubmit. So, as far as I'm concerned, like I say, they're still in the process, but nothing has been brought to the county's attention since then.
I have a question for Mr. Voigt, follow-up. When does their current their current approval expire?
Last year, there was 2 temporary approvals of temporary zoning certificates is issued for allowing them to have weddings on the property. They expired after the last wedding they had at the end of last year. So currently, there's no temporary approval or anything for them to continue having weddings there until the site plan is completed.
All right, so
The,
The decision in this case was issued March 2nd of last year. So from my perspective, in terms of pursuing the the zoning approval only, March 1st, I suppose, would be the deadline that exists right now. And again, I appreciate Mr. Boyd's comments about it not being required. My only apprehension with that was, Mr. Caldwell, I don't believe you sat in on this case. It was fairly contested, and the last thing that I want to leave my clients open to is a legal challenge to the expiration of zoning approval prior to having your site plan buttoned up. So that's the whole reason that we're here today. I'm here, excuse me.
And this is a question, I don't know which one of you wants to answer. So a simplified site plan, either the planning director or the chairman of the planning commission can sign off on a simplified plan. A full site plan has to go before the planning commission, is that correct?
My understanding, yes, but I think there are cases where it can just go to the chairman and the chairman can approve it, but I'm not too sure on that. If it's not a complicated site plan, if it's nothing that's...
So that could add several months to the process as compared to a simplified site plan?
Yes.
But Mr. Boyd.
Because of timing of getting it on the agenda and that type of thing. Not that it would go through any different review, but the timeline could be extended as a result of the actual process.
It possibly could, yes.
But
Go ahead.
Mr. Voigt, since it's your understanding that it's in process, is there an expiration as far as you're concerned? Because the ball is rolling, so.
Right. As far as zoning is concerning, we don't determine if there's been not enough progress to void the site plan. That is determined by the Bureau of Development Review.
Okay.
And if they determine at that time that there's been no progress, usually after at least a year, then they will occasionally, not too often, send me a letter requesting that the site plan be voided and the approval be voided at that time.
Okay, any other words of wisdom from either one of you guys?
All right, I'll tell the board, as you recall, people that were here, this was a contested case. Clark Schaefer was opposing this. And I think to be on the safe side, it would be preferable for the board to take action and not, since the decision was signed March 1st, not to leave. Somebody could go back to court March 1st, 2022 and say, you know, the board's decision should be over March 1st, 2022. The permission should be voided at that point, so.
Mr. Dixon, you did a very good job of capturing what was going on in my head, so.
That's tricky.
Scary maybe.
What's your recommendation?
So go ahead, I would go forward with what you were gonna do when Mr. Voigt entered the room.
Okay, any further discussion, guys? The motion was to grant a one-year extension for case number 6292. And it was seconded. We were in discussion. I'm gonna close off discussion. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. So we will grant an extension in case number 6292. Thank you very much for your input, even though it was at the wrong time. We allowed it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our 9 o'clock case is case number 6377. Before we begin this case, there's a sign-in clipboard over there for this case. Make sure that you've signed that today. That will, we need to know that. The other thing is, you all got IDs when you came in. Make sure that you don't go out these doors, you go out those doors up there so that they can track where you, that you have left the building. So I just want to do that. Make sure any electronic devices that you have on you are silenced. Okay, with that, Mr. Dixon, would you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6377, a request for conditional uses for a contractor's equipment storage yard, a meat processing facility, and multiple distance variances. The site is located at 2800 Nicodemus Road on Property Zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 9, by Terry Williams, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.070 E1C and H and 158.040. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 at approximately 9:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There's a February 8th, 2022, three-page letter to Joe Vance from David and Donna Dennison. They are currently directly and adversely impacted by the present situation with the Williams property and will be further adversely impacted by the activities that Mr. Williams is asking the board to authorize. We oppose the request and urge the board to deny them entirely. There are the site minutes for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. Comments: in accordance with Chapter 155, a site development plan will be required. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Ag Preservation Manager. No comments at this time, not in preservation. There is a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. A building permit is required for the existing butcher shop and building. A building permit is required for the new 40 by 70 building. The butcher shop and any building with public access shall be in compliance with the Maryland Accessibility Code. Site accessibility will be addressed during the site plan process. There's a February 10th, 2022 letter from Linda Eisenberg to the BZA. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a February 14th, 2022 memo from Abigail Rogers, planning technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. The staff finding is that this request is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. Max of 1 acre for contractors' yard shall include any buildings being used. Butcher shop must meet health department requirements. A site plan including both uses shall be required. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from Matt Shipley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There's a notice of public hearing for this case, January 31st, 2022. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Total area of disturbance must be shown and considered for several codes. Cumulative disturbance must be shown. Address requirements for hazardous and regulated substances. Hearing notice was posted January 27th, 2022 by zoning inspector Scott Robinson. Looks like there was a zoning investigation progress report, a complaint of illicit discharge. Then there is just a map or some sort of plan in the file. There's 3 copies of, 2 copies. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to enter the file into evidence. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, so we will enter the file into evidence. For those of you that have never been here before, which looks like everybody, the procedures that we use, the applicant, that would be Mr. Williams, will go ahead and present his case, and after his testimony and whoever else's testimony he may want to give in his request here, anyone in the audience can ask questions of their testimony. At that point, the board members will have the opportunity to do that. After Mr. Williams is finished with presenting his case, then anyone from the neighborhood can speak and give their own testimony. So in the beginning, it's just asking questions of the person's testimony. You'll have an opportunity later in the process to give your own testimony. And again, you'll be asked to stay at the microphone so that we may have the opportunity to ask questions of your testimony. So with that, Mr. Williams, would you like to come up to the table? And while we're doing this, everything here is under oath, so I'm going to ask you, before you sit down, Mr. Williams, if anyone plans on testifying in the case here today, could you please stand and raise your right hand? So. Okay, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do. Very good. Thank you. You can be seated. Okay, Mr. Williams, the request here is for a conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard and a meat processing facility and multiple distance variances.
Yes.
We're all ears.
Purchased the property in 2015 with an existing building on the property that was very attractive to us because, of course, I have a contracting business. Excuse me, and it was very attractive to be able to pull equipment in, work on it, service it, whatnot, out of the weather and the elements. So the property was purchased. We used the building for some while, and then we decided to figure out because of the construction company tends to slow down in the winter, what we could do to supplement income, if you would, on my behalf. And we're all sportsmen in our family. It goes very deep in the sportsman part of this program. So we decided to see if we could open a deer processing. We did some research to find out that there was only 3 in the area. So not knowing the formalities, we immediately went to Carroll County Health Department. I'm later finding out that that was in fact one of the avenues that we were supposed to address, but there were several others that we did not. So this brings us to where we are today. We went to the health department. The health department told us that because of the land and the zoning that we were currently in, zoned agricultural, that we were permitted to put a butcher shop on the property. In 2017, we filed with the state of Maryland a company that facilitates that property, or the butcher shop, and started a deer processing and have been paying taxes on that since 2017. 2018, we went back to the health department because we later found that there was an extreme need for a septic system, and we wanted to find out what we needed to do to apply for a permit for the septic system. At that particular time, the health department told us that in fact we could, but due to the cost of the system, we had to put it off a year or so that we could get the revenue to install that system. And at November of 2020, we hired Legacy Septic to file for a permit, which was granted by Carroll County. The septic system was installed, and when we went for a final inspection, that's when in fact we found out that the existing building that was constructed without a building permit. I contacted, after receiving a letter from Carroll County Inspections, I contacted, I think it was Mr. Zepp, and informed him that the building was on the property in construction 2008, and that we didn't do it. It was actually there when we purchased the house, along with a garage conversion, which was attractive. It's now being my office for my construction company. Mr. Zepp was very helpful, where we are going through the formalities to try to get the inspections, the permits required, so that we could move forward with that. But then it was that point we were also, it was brought to our attention that we needed to file for a contractor's yard. Now, the contractor's yard was a specific area that we, I park my construction equipment. I have landscape trailers. I have flatbed trailers for my Bobcat when we tow from job to job. We have, regular company trucks that we park. On occasions, we have deliveries that bring material to our project, to our site, to where we load it up and we take it to different various jobs. All again, which was compliant. It was just a formality that we had to follow through with Carroll County. It was brought to my attention that the contractor yard that we are requesting we were able to go up to 43,000 square foot, which of course is an acre, which you brought up earlier. We are only using a little over half acre of that 43,000 square feet, or a 1 acre parcel that's allowed to us. It has been, it's been more than significant. It's been perfect as far as where we are, where we're gonna grow. We all seem to feel that, the amount of square footage allotted to us is plenty for now and in the future. Obviously, we feel if we outgrow that, then we're gonna be looking at a different facility, but right now, we think everything's fine. We also have, it's been brought to my attention that we have in the back part of our lot, which is actually not part of this hearing today, is where we store wood. Now, my son owns a tree business where he prunes, he cuts down, he mulches, he does a lot of stuff. We have recently entertained the idea of getting a outdoor wood furnace to heat not only the shop but our house. The benefit of this furnace is because obviously it's extremely efficient, it's relatively inexpensive to operate, and we obviously have an endless supply of wood that we can put into the furnace to help offset, the expense. So throughout the year, we will stockpile wood during the summer and the fall, and usually in the wintertime, we will start splitting all that wood for seasoning for the following year. Again, this particular part of this process is 100% private. It's not for sale. We're not running a logging company. We are not warehousing logs or whatever for anybody else. It's for personal use. I have 5 family members of which we provide that wood for, including my siblings, my sister, and my mother. So that would explain what we're doing with the back of the lot. There is several times throughout this summer that we had a controlled burn. It was not permitted. We had a concern from our neighbor. He'd come up and he expressed his concerns, at which we addressed. The fire was a little bit too big, and I agreed with him. So we let the fire burn out, and I think it was probably a week or two later we had another fire that we were trying to burn some, wood. We were actually doing it while we were keeping it warm while we're splitting. Where he come again and expressed his concern, at which point we took our loader and took the dirt and we backfilled the burn so that we extinguished the fire. Now, we have no intentions of running any kind of wood processing, firewood, logging company out of this property. It's not where we're going. We're here today to try to make sure that I comply with my butcher shop, and that I get the conditional use for the shop, and that I am getting the variances required for the contractor lot. Now, we had the initial neighbor to my right. She was supposed to be here today. She's got pneumonia. She's in the hospital. She has no problem. She's the one that was would be directly impacted because we are so close to her. The rest of our neighbors, the ones in the back, we are over the 600 foot or the 500 foot required setbacks. And that's where we are.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Williams' testimony? And again, just his testimony and questions of that. You have the opportunity for your own testimony later. Okay, seeing none. Board members?
Mr. Williams, how many vehicles do you have at one time on your property?
I have my regular truck that I park at my house. The contractor's lot, we have 2 company trucks. I have, on occasions, because I have an enclosed trailer. Most of the time that trailer's on the job. It's kind of like my mobile workshop. So it's at the client's house. We like to bring that home on the weekend. So it could be 2 trucks. We have a dump trailer. We have a flatbed trailer to haul our Bobcat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of equipment are usually parked at the lot every evening.
When you say 5 pieces of equipment, does that include the 2 pickups or 5?
Yes. Well, not the pickup. The pickup, I park in my driveway at the house. The contractor's lot has 2 trucks.
And what are they? Are they one
One
tons or
is
3?
an F450 state body. The other one is a 3500, very similar state body. One of those tow a trailer, the other one tows a chipper. And that's it.
And they're on the property as well, the
Yes,
chipper
ma'am.
and the, okay. And when you get deliveries, is it tractor trailers? Is it
No, usually they're box trucks.
box trucks? Okay.
We have had tractor trailers come there, but they usually park on the road in front of the property, and we offload the truck and take it to the lot.
I have a
Mr.
question.
Caldwell?
What are your hours of operation for the contractor's yard?
Okay, so I apologize. It's a very bad day for my hearing aids to go bad.
I'm sorry, let me
So you
speak up.
gotta yell at me.
No, I don't intend to yell at you, sir, but could you tell me the hours of operation
Yes,
for?
sir. The guys will show up in the morning at roughly 7:30, and by 4 o'clock they're all back and they go home.
So 7:30 to 4 p.m.
Yeah, that's Monday through
4:30.
Friday. Rarely do we work the weekends. There are occasions, we have storms that go through, trees get down. There are emergencies, and every now and then we do call in a crew to come in on the weekend, but it's not our practice to work on the weekends.
I have a question about the processing for the butcher shop. Is that open to the public, or will that be open to the public?
Okay, so if I understand your answer correctly, we are a butcher shop, but we are not USDA, and we do not sell directly to the public. We sell a service. So what we do is you're gonna have a hunter that's gonna harvest an animal. They bring it to us for processing. We sell that. We process it and they pay us for the service of butchery.
Understood. Thank you for your clarification.
Yes, sir.
But what are the hours for that? Is that a regulated hour or it's just when that
Well, it is a
happens?
regular hours, but it's a seasonal, because the deer processing seasons really is September to the end of January.
And meaning through that time, the hours are what, that you allow people to drop off?
11 to 4. And here again, I have on our website hours of operation, roughly 11 to 4, what I just told you. They all vary based on the season, okay? So state of Maryland opens up the season in September, but because of the weather, it being, still warm, harvesting deer is, it's a challenge. It's a really big challenge. So it's very slow in September, but the colder it gets, the more it tends to pick up. So our hours of operations, although they're 11 to 4, it could be Monday through Friday, and we're not even working because there's really nothing going on until usually late October through December.
And do you allow weekends as well for that?
Pardon me?
Do you allow weekends as well for that?
I allow customers to come pick up on the weekends, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Simmons,
No questions.
I got a whole list.
Okay.
But, Mr. Williams, there's one thing I forgot to tell you at the very beginning of your testimony. Mr. Dixon, I didn't get a look from him. Everybody that is speaking here today, could you please state your name, address, and
Sorry.
occupation, and spell for the record your last name? So could you do that?
Yes.
I was supposed to ask you that first, but I forgot to.
I won't hold that against you. Terry E. Edwin Williams. And you want my address?
Yes.
2800 Nicodemus Road in Westminster, 21157.
And your occupation?
I am a home improvement contractor.
Okay, very good. Okay, so the variances that are requested here are from the property owner that is not here today.
That,
No.
yes, that's correct.
You
She's
you don't need variances from any other property owners.
There are property people here, there are owners here that I think want some clarifications. I don't know their intentions, so.
Okay,
To my knowledge, nobody has any issues with the contractor yard or the processing.
okay. What is your total acreage? It's not shown here on our 6 acres? Okay, when Mr. Dixon introduced the file, he said there was a discharge issue. Could you tell me what that may have
Okay, so
been?
can you tell me that again? 'Cause I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I'll look at you when I'm speaking. So, Mr. Dixon, introducing the file, said there was a discharge issue that you had in the past. Could you explain that
I
to us?
don't know what that means. What's a discharge issue?
I don't know. Or,
Do you understand what it means? That's my wife.
Mr. Robinson, do you know what this is the zoning inspector.
Okay.
My name is Scott Robinson. I'm the zoning inspector in this case. When we originally received the case from permits, it was not a direct complaint from someone. It was permits called us up because they had to check the house and they said, well, hey, we got a contractor yard on the thing. Now, with the initial, when Tom Harris gave the complaint, I don't remember a specific definition of discharge. I believe it had something to do with the fact that their septic had just gotten done. And if there was an area from the deer processing plant that there was some type of waste coming out of the building. But my concern was when I got there was about the contractor yard and the deer processing plant.
Okay,
So as far as the definition of discharge, Tom Harris would probably be the best person to ask that question to.
okay, very good.
Okay.
You said Legacy Contractors,
Legacy Septic.
okay,
Yes.
they have put a septic system in that takes care of
A
the,
permit by Carroll County was issued and the septic system was in fact installed.
okay,
Yes, sir.
and that takes care of the waste from the deer processing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just for your information, as far, a little bit more clarification on the waste, it's just water. If you're familiar with the butchering process of anything, it's, alls we really do is when the product comes in, it's stripped and it's cleaned and it's put into the refrigerator. So you're gonna have a lot of water, you're gonna have a lot of diluted blood. That's all it really is. We do, however, have a new building that we're looking to add for my wood shop that we've proposed a bathroom, which is another reason why we got the septic.
Okay, so you said you have occasional delivery of materials for your construction company.
Yes, sir.
Is there any retail sales of those
No, sir.
materials? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And you said that the firewood was all personal use of family members, it's
100%.
not a commercial firewood operation?
100%.
Okay. There was an issue about controlled burnings, and you said about permitting.
Yes, sir.
Does the health department permit controlled burnings at this point?
I don't know. We did not have a permit to open burn, which was one of our neighbors' concerns, and those were addressed. We no longer burn.
Okay. And your deer processing facility, you would have no problem with us in putting a condition, if we decide to approve this, that it is a deer processing facility and you're not going to butcher lambs, hogs, cattle, sheep, whatever on location?
Okay, so I do want to make it,
I'm talking about the actual butchering, I'm not talking the processing maybe, but I'm talking the butchering.
I do want to make it clear to the committee that we are available for a service for families and farmers that want livestock or projects, if you would. When I say project, we do stuff for 4-H. There seems to be an overwhelming need for butchers to handle these types of projects. So we are considering to take your animal, process and give it right back to you. We are not USDA, we are not selling to the public, and we do not, other than you coming to pick up your product, public does not come to my property. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's, because your testimony was about the deer processing and not about,
That's why we're here today, is the deer processing.
But have you done this other processing yet? Or you're just thinking of that in the future?
We did do a couple of them to see if in fact we could provide that service. Not necessarily from a legality standpoint, but if we were capable of doing that. So yes, ma'am, we have done that.
were they live
No, sir.
animals when they got to
No,
you?
sir.
So you got the carcass in?
That's correct. They are actually slaughtered at a different facility.
Okay. And my, being a farmer, so you don't have the blood and the offal to deal with.
That's correct.
If you did it, you wouldn't have the blood and the offal
That's correct.
to deal with on site.
We don't
Okay,
do it, no.
okay. And any other questions?
I have a question, Mr. Dixon. I apologize. When you read that, I didn't hear anything about traffic. Did they say that that would adversely affect anything traffic? I didn't hear that in the file.
I don't remember anything about traffic.
Okay.
There's nothing in there about traffic. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome.
Does your wife want to testify, or did he cover it all? Okay. Do you have any other witnesses that you would like to call in support?
We did have, but they haven't shown, so no, sir, not at this time.
Okay, very good. Okay, at this point, anyone can go to the microphone, identify themselves, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name, and you can give your own testimony, so either for or against. So, yes, sir, go ahead, go to the microphone. Adjust the microphone so that we can hear you, okay?
Okay, I hope that's all right.
Yeah, a little bit closer, please.
I hope that's okay.
Yes.
Kind of a little bit difficult with the masking, but I'm very conservative in that regard. My name is David Dennison. My wife is Donna Dennison, D-E-N-I-S-O-N. We are residents of 2811 Salem Bottom Road, and we are owners of 2711 Salem Bottom Road, which is the property that immediately adjoins this property to the south. We've lived there for approximately 45 years, and we've owned the property that's immediately adjacent for about 39 years. Mr. Williams said that he bought his property in 2015, I believe, and that property has been a residential use in the agricultural zone for at least those years. And the years that I've lived there, that property has been an agricultural lot, but it's been in residential and not been used in farming for 40 years. We have been currently adversely impacted by the operations on this Williams property, and will continue to be adversely impacted if you would approve this request for variance. I submitted a 3-page letter, which the gentleman referred to. There are many items in there that I hope you've had a chance to read. He briefly mentioned, simply mentioned that my letter in essence said I'm opposed to this, which I am. But there are a lot of details in there that I think merit at least some mention. First of all but one of the existing adjoining residences predate this non-conforming contractor storage yard and non-conforming meat processing facility, and they predate the non-conforming logging and mulch and firewood situation there as well. Mr. Williams referred to those in a casual sense, that the logging, firewood, mulch, and dirt was not part of the considerations here today. I don't agree with that at all. In fact, I believe that that operation is an integral and significant part of the behaviors taking place on the property. To exclude that and to push it off to the side and poo-poo it and say, we're not here for that, is totally incorrect. There's been a number of behaviors there that I'd like to quickly outline that I believe speak to the character of the applicant and what goes on there. Just to mention, in the past, the applicant has pushed their dirt from their illegal dirt operation in the commercial business across the property line onto my property. They obliterated the property line corner surveyor stakes. They pushed it over and destroyed it. I had to confront the applicant and have that corrected, which he did. They installed an automatic deer feeder on my property. I tagged that and flagged it, and it magically disappeared one night to be found back on the other side of the property line on the applicant's property by unknown persons. The property also includes above-ground storage tanks for fuel. There's no containment. This fuel is used for their illegal commercial businesses that they've been operating there. There's constant front-end loader and bobcat noise, engine noise, as they operate their illegal commercial businesses. Constant chainsaw noise with their illegal firewood and mulch businesses. A constant heavy equipment backup beepers for their illegal commercial businesses. They operate a burn pile, which they regularly stack 10 feet high, flames 30 feet high, and burning fiery embers 75 feet high. They, in fact, have set fire to the woods at the neighbor's adjoining property at least one time. The burn pile provides smoke and ashes, which spread around the area, land on my house, my car, not to mention the smell of the smoke. They have unsightly equipment, junk, mulch, logs along the property line, particularly to the south property line and the west property line, which was conveniently glossed over in the previous testimony. This has certainly impacted me and my adjacent lot, which is a registered is the right word, recorded, I should say, a residential building lot in an agricultural zone, rendering it, I believe, virtually impossible for anybody to want to provide a residence there now with what's been provided along his property lines. Again, repeated open burning. They usually leave it unattended overnight. They have enormous unsightly mulch piles. They smolder from spontaneous combustion due to the heat of decomposing. And of course, that's pushed right along the south property line, which is my property line. And it's interesting, the applicant seems to recognize the unsightly mess of all of this. And in fact, they've situated most of these operations along the edges of the property and away from themselves and their own home, which is quite lovely, by the way. It's a very nice house. And in fact, they've gone ahead and provided a screening with evergreen trees to screen their view of their mess from themselves, exposing their view of their mess to us, the adjacent property owners. In fact, the opposite should be the case. The screening should be such that the neighbors don't see their mess. I've also reviewed the public record file, which the gentleman was reading from earlier. And there are a number of things in there that the staff has called for that I haven't seen addressed in that public record. This item, in fact, was spoken to briefly, but earlier in the testimony. The staff says that a contractor storage yard can only occupy 1 acre. I think the site plan that was submitted in the public record badly misrepresents their operation as only occupying 11,000 square feet. And it shows it in one contiguous location. This representation is simply not true. A site visit should have shown the board all the additional activity that they have along the east and the south property line that is ignored in the site plan submittal that you've seen. All of this needs to be part of the contiguous contractor storage yard and is not shown as such. In fact, along the south property line, I estimate there's probably 15,000 square feet alone of dirt stockpiled, mulch, enormous mulch stockpiled, firewood, and logs. There's probably 6,000 additional square feet to the west, along the west property line, that is not contained in the 11,000 square foot block that the applicant shows in the site plan. I would suggest, please do not ignore what the staff has pointed out and do not approve this. The staff also points out that the meat cutting is supposed to be set back 3 times the distance of 200 feet, which would mean 600 feet. Don't ignore that. Their lot does not accommodate 600 feet of setback. Obviously, they know that. The staff says that the application contains insufficient information to demonstrate unwarranted hardship and injustice. Again, he does not demonstrate that there is unwarranted hardship and injustice if this would be not approved. Please don't ignore the staff. Do not approve this. There is no unwarranted injustice or hardship if this is not approved. The staff goes on to say, the application does not include information clarifying that the need for variance is not self-created. The need for variance is not self-created. Again, don't ignore what the staff said, please, and do not approve this. There's no additional information that can be created by the applicant that would demonstrate that the hardship is not self-induced, self-inflicted. They bought a residential lot in an ag zone I understand that's conditional use, it's acceptable. They bought a residential lot in an agricultural zone of such dimensions that it is not physically possible, they cannot meet the legal setback requirements of either a butcher shop or a contractor storage yard. Yet they continued, proceeded to go ahead and operate illegal commercial businesses with total disregard for the county's regulations and the law. They continued until they got cited by the county, and now they come here with hat in hand, humbly asking and wanting everybody else to accept, excuse, ignore, and remedy their self-created, self-inflicted problem. Please, don't ignore the staff. Do not approve this. And a few other details. The application says they are requesting setback variances of 221 feet to the west. That doesn't even make sense. If you look at the plan that they submitted, it's more like 20 feet to the west. 123 feet to the east, I can't make sense out of that either. And 96 feet to the north, which is out to the front road. Fine, that might be correct. None of which meets the requirements of the regulations, which you well know. No mention is made of setbacks to the south. And this is exactly where there are massive piles of dirt, mulch, firewood, and logs, all of which is part of a contractor's storage yard being operated there. So again, their setback requests make no sense, they're not supported by the site plan, and they are badly misleading. I would suggest that the disturbances to the south, the mulch, the logs, the dirt, the firewood, are indeed an integral part of this application. They do consist and contribute to the contractor's storage yard aspect of this application. The staff says the applicant needs to address hazardous and related substances. It also refers to the surface water protection area under the Water Resource Management, Chapter 154. I don't see that answered by the staff satisfactorily to the staff in the public record. I would add again, that I mentioned earlier, there are above ground fuel storage tanks associated with this contracting business on site now. The applicant didn't mention them in his testimony, and he didn't mention them in his site plan. They have no containment. There are existing landscape trailers, equipment. Are there hazardous chemicals, fertilizers, and things like that associated with this landscaping business, which was vaguely and barely mentioned? Please, don't ignore the staff. Do not approve this. So I would say in conclusion a few things. They've not demonstrated unwarranted hardship and injustice if this is not approved. They have not demonstrated, and they can't, that this is not self-created. They have not addressed the staff questions and comments that I outlined. They cannot meet the setback requirements of 200 times 2 or 400 and 200 times 3 or 600. Not possible. This lot can't do it. Obviously, they want those variances. The reason that the variances are in there are for, or rather the requirements are in there, are for the kind of things they're asking for, contractor storage and butcher shop, to be sited on the appropriately sized lot that accommodates that. That's why those are in the regulations. They can't meet 400 and 600. They should have to. They should have to get themselves another piece of commercial or industrial property that accommodates the regulations. They bought this property. If they didn't know what the regulations were, shame on them. They come here hat in hand, wanting somebody else to excuse, accept, and approve their problem. To me, it's just illogical and illegal, illogical, to come here and say, I've been operating illegal businesses, and I want you to approve them going forward because, well, I've been operating illegal businesses, so it should be okay. That logic is backwards. It makes no sense. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dennison. Just remain there. Mr. Williams, do you have any questions of Mr. Dennison's?
I'm not sure where to start. First of all, I want to make sure that the committee understands that I am not, under any circumstances, operating illegal businesses. I am licensed, insured, registered in the state of Maryland and in the county of Carroll County for a deer processing business, a home remodeling business, and my son has a contractor's license also for a tree business. We are not practicing under illegal companies. Mr. Dennison has brought up a few things that I think earlier in my testimony I already addressed. He had some concerns about stuff that we were doing. We've addressed those concerns. We are, and I will reiterate again, we are not running a logging company. We are not running a firewood business company. We are not running a mulch company. There is a chip pile that is on the property that is going to be relocated. It was given to a company in Jefferson, Maryland that use it for recycling. That's the only reason why it's there. Instead of making 4,000 trips with our state body trucks, we stockpile, and when we have enough to deliver to the gentleman, we remove all of it and take it away. Now, I just mentioned this to one of our neighbors just yesterday. The mulch pile that is in concern is in fact being addressed and is in fact being removed. The wood, firewood, if you would, we are not operating a company that produces and sells firewood. That firewood is specifically, and I'll reiterate this, I don't know how more adamant I can be. This is personal and private. We have the land, we have the resources to do that, to help not only my family, but my brothers and sisters. Is it a large wood pile? It is. Is it? It's a large family. We all burn a lot of wood. I don't see. I really don't see anything wrong with that. As far as the dirt goes, I dug topsoil off my property and I stockpiled it out back. Is it huge? It's not huge. It's nowhere near the size of the chip pile, but it's dirt. We use it throughout the property for filling in holes all over the place. Mr. Dennison made a point where we pushed dirt onto his property, thus destroying the boundary lines. Let me also make it clear to the committee, I paid for those boundary lines. I surveyed that property, okay? When Mr. Dennison approached me and addressed his concerns, I immediately, not 1 day later, not 1 week later, maybe 1 hour later, got on my loader and relocated everything that was pushed onto his property. It was innocently pushed on. We were trying to move the dirt. When you turn the tractor around, the dirt spreads off, and it did in fact go on his property. But again, I went onto his property, I removed all of it, I replaced the marker for the corner of both my property and his property, and to my knowledge, it was satisfactory. That was his concern at the time, and I addressed that concern. He had a concern of the fire. I addressed that concern. We are no longer doing open fires that large. It was a significant fire, and I understand what his concerns were, and his concerns were addressed. So we don't do that anymore. To try to incorporate a firewood pile that we use for family into our contractor's yard is quite honestly, it's not fair. It's not a business. It's for personal use only. There was a few other comments that he made that I wish I had a piece of paper to write them all down, because I would like to comment on them, but at this point, it lapsed my memory. Oh, okay. The variances and/or setbacks. Okay. So I also want to bring to committee's attention, when we purchased the property, the building was there. I didn't somehow or another scheme or fabricate some sort of plan to where we could illegally run and operate a business out of that shop. We looked into the potential uses of that shop. We researched with the county and the state what we could and could not do. The state told us that the deer processing part of this thing is not regulated because it is not USDA. We went to the health department. The health department said because of our zoning, we were able to put, and it specifically says in your guidelines for agriculture property, that we are absolutely able to run a butcher shop out of this property. We did not start this business and try to operate something illegally. We are here today not because I'm backtracking, trying to cover my tracks and make you guys think that what I've done from the beginning has all been one big smoke screen over your eyes. We would have never been here had it not been, we pulled a permit for the septic system. The septic system was in fact approved, and we went ahead and had it installed, and during the inspections, we were told by the county officials that there are things that need to be addressed. One of them being there was no permit, which we are currently addressing. We're working with Carroll County's inspections division, Mr. Zepp. There are some setbacks that need to be addressed. The building is already built. We have what we have. Now, the formalities that dictate us to do what we were doing is all from you people. It's all from the county. If I am to do what I want to do, I have to file for variances for setbacks and contractor's yards, which is why we're here today. It's not because I've decided to run an illegal business, and I really take offense to that terminology. There's nothing illegal about anything that we're doing. We are 100% transparent with the state of Maryland and with Carroll County officials.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Dennison's testimony? Board members, any questions of Mr. Dennison's
Not Mr.
testimony?
Dennison's, but what Mr. Williams said. May I ask a question about that, or should I wait?
Let's go ahead and wait.
So, sir, does your son keep his vehicles at your storage yard?
Yes, ma'am, that's two of the trucks that I told you about earlier.
So, there is a deer processing company, there's a contractor company, and there is a tree company at your current address?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he doesn't have another facility for his things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question about the, above ground tanks. Did Mr. Robinson did respond to that?
I'll address that.
Thank you.
Mr. Dennison, can you tell me what size tanks you think the fuel tanks are on,
I can answer that for you.
on
if you'd
Mr.
like.
Williams' property?
I can answer that for you. if you'd
Okay.
like. We
Good.
have a 500 gallon and a 250 gallon. One is on-road diesel, the other is off-road. The off-road obviously is for our equipment, tractors for taking care of mowing my yard, my Bobcat. The on-road diesel is for the trucks.
And Mr. Williams, you put those tanks on there, correct? They weren't there when you purchased the
No,
property?
I
And-
did that.
Okay, and do you know what that building was used for before you purchased the property that's on yours now?
I can only tell you what I saw when I bought it. It appeared it was livestock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear what the answer was.
Answer to what?
the question of,
building?
yes.
Livestock.
Livestock.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, do you know what the state law is concerning containment on 500 and 250 gallon tanks?
I do not.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Is there anyone else that would like to, Mr. Robinson, don't you leave from back in the back. Don't leave from back there because I've got questions for you at some point in time. Okay, anybody else have, please go to the microphone and remember to state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
I'm Marlene Bates. I live at 2810 Nicodemus Road, last name B-A-T-E-S. I'm the owner of TJT Logistics and the neighbor of the Williams. As far as the deer processing, you left out that is 24 hours. However, they keep it very clean. I've never smelled anything, never seen anything. From where we are, we can't see any traffic. That would be the other neighbor on the other side. So the deer processing has caused us no issues. Contractor storage yard, I have no issue if his son parks his truck there. However, I think his son, the logging does need to be addressed. The mulch pile is huge. I agree with Mr. Dennison, the fires. It's so unsightly for me to pull in my driveway and see this gigantic pile of logs, which he says is for his family. Maybe so, it's a mess. The trees piled up, it's a mess. I'm very happy for his son that he's doing well, that's great, but perhaps that part of the operation needs to be moved somewhere else because it's just a mess. I guess being a mess doesn't affect if it can be zoned for that or not, but it does affect our right to peaceful living. The Bobcat, like he said, beeping all the time. When I have talked to Mr. Williams, he's been very cooperative. I don't want to argue with them. They're nice people. They've helped. I have a disabled son. They're very nice to him. I hope we can work this out. My issue truly is only with the logging, with the logs, the firewood, and the noise and the unsightly mess that has come from that. And the burning, yeah, the burning was bad.
Okay.
And that's it.
Stay there, Ms. Bates.
Yep.
Mr. Williams, do you have any questions or follow-up to Ms. Bates?
Again, I would like to reiterate that I have addressed to the committee that the mulch pile issue has been addressed and will be removed. I've informed Mrs. Bates just yesterday, where she come over for a little bit of clarification, which I appreciated, and I told her that's what neighbors do. We will continue to split wood for our family. The mulch pile will be removed. There are no more open burns. If we are to do an open burn, we will file the necessary papers with the county so that we are doing whatever we can legally as far as a burn goes. Again, as far as the splitting of wood, we do it specifically in the winter when it gets a little bit slow for the guys outside, gives them something to do. We only do it during regular business hours, 8 to 3. The equipment does in fact have a backup alarm that's required by OSHA on this equipment. We keep it. I just told Mrs. Bates just last night, out of the 12 months in a year, if you add up all the time that we're actually splitting wood, it might be 30 days. We don't do it on the weekends. If we were to be doing splitting woods or doing something out back, and one of the neighbors are having a party and ask us to quit, we will 100% quit. It's not a business, so it's not really an issue as to when I do it. We just did it for the convenience that firewood needs to be seasoned for a year, and we do that in the winter, and it's dispersed in the fall for that heating season. We are not running a commercial logging firewood business out of that back lot.
Okay,
So I don't know of anybody who has people there splitting wood from 8 to 3 every day, unless you're for just your family. I'm sorry, I just don't see that. I hope we can work this out. I really don't want to argue with them. Again, they're nice people, but I see this as Ryan's, the son's, storage yard. Maybe they're not selling it from there, but they're storing from there. So it's just an unsightly mess, a lot of noise, and that's disturbing our right to peaceful living.
board members, any questions of Ms. Bates' testimony? Thank you. Any other testimony? You already had your chance at your testimony. Go ahead, and again, state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Donna Dennison. I live at 2811 Salem Bottom Road. I'm a retired teacher.
Could you come a little bit closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Donna Dennison, 2811 Salem Bottom Road. I'm a retired teacher. I think it was just last week or the week prior that there was burning in the burn pile. My husband went up and investigated, and there was burning. We saw the smoke from down the hill at 2811th, which is 2.5 acres away. So that's just a clarification.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Dennison's testimony? Mr. Robinson.
Scott Robinson, zoning inspector.
Okay, the question I have, I guess you're filling in for Jay. My question is, the distance variances, are they required for the conditional use of the contractor's equipment storage yard or the meat processing facility, or both?
Both.
Okay.
They'd be required for both. And I would like also just say in reference to the deer processing aspect, as zoning is considering this, deer processing is part of, there is not an actual deer processing in zoning regulations, it is part of the slaughterhouse recommendations. With that being said, deer processing is seasonal. So if there's gonna be any accentuation of said business into lamb, cattle, that you're suddenly going from a seasonal business to a 12-month business. And we are looking at this, they're specifically talking deer processing at this point, which is a seasonal business which we work with. But if it's gonna go to a full-blown slaughterhouse situation, that does add to the actual consideration of said business. So zoning would appreciate if the board ascertaining you're considering the conditional use for the deer processing, that it is strictly held to deer processing. And if they wish to take it to the next level, that they put together the business plan and reapply for the accentuation of said business.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Mr. Robinson, good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I have a question about the variances, distances, and, looking at that site plan, it looks like the variance distances are from the main residence. Is that correct?
The variance for, usually the variance is from the property line.
From the
So,
property line?
to residents of the other property. So, I have not seen the site plan they sent in, so I'm kind of walking blind as to what the hell, what they said with their variance request. I have not seen the site plan, so if I'd seen it, I might be able to get a better answer of what we're looking at. So, as far as their measurements, I know where the property is. I've been there, I met the Williams there, but I'm not sure what their site plan, what their distances were. I did not measure anything when I was there, so.
Okay.
The variances are from the applicant's property line to the residences. And that can change based on what the zoning is, whether it's ag, conservation.
Yeah.
Right, I understand
Commercial
that.
or
And also,
industrial.
in some cases, there are
Yeah.
multipliers involved.
Yes,
Basically, it was 200 feet, and then it multiplies up to 400 or 600 feet.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, I
Mhm.
appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I don't have any other questions for you, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other testimony? Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed, and summations are in order. Mr. Williams, would you like to make any summation comments before we deliberate?
Just on the last, as far as the variances and the measurements. According to Joe on the second floor in the zoning appeals, I was instructed to provide the measurements of which I did. The measurements on the site plan show you the distance from the butcher shop to the property line and from the property line to the closest adjacent property. So the plot plan or the plan that provided to the committee was in fact a plan that we were instructed to do. And I was under the impression that I did give you the information according to your guidelines that you need.
He did.
Okay, any other summation comments?
No, sir, I think that's the,
Okay. Very good. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Mr. Simmons.
I defer to anybody else for the time being.
Mr. Caldwell.
I have concerns about, the unsightly mass has been mentioned several times by, I believe Mr. Ms. Bates and Mr. Dennison. On looking at it in the site visit myself, I tend to agree with that. the area is a residential area, it's pretty neat and tidy, except for where this business is being operated. It's all over the place. It's just, I thought that, one of the things that could be considered would be to screen, that business away from residents, so that they don't see it. Otherwise, it's really kind of out of character with the neighborhood. So I recommend, if this does get approved, that screening should be installed, trees or something of density that cuts down on the noise, cuts down on the unsightly, work that's going on there. There may be things that you can do on a property that there's, no legislation there, but I'm thinking about in terms of trying to be accommodating with your neighbors. You seem to have a good relationship with your neighbors, and I would strongly recommend that, if this does get approved, that be something that you consider.
Ms.
I
Ford
agree.
now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do feel like there needs to be some screening, if it is approved, that it's not only screening that from your house to your backyard, but also to your neighbors. I would like to just state that, to me, there are 3 businesses being run out of there, simply because you're not collecting payment. You're not collecting payment for your contracting business either on site, and that's considered there. So it seems like there are 3 businesses being run out of one property. And I would suggest that there be some sort of contingency about when people can drop off and pick up, and some sort of timeline on when those businesses could be functioning on that property.
Mr. Simmons.
I don't have any questions, I don't have any comments.
Okay, I've got a whole list. There's a lot of moving parts in this case, but that's a statement of fact. The building that is presently being used, the previous owner erected that without going through the proper channels. Mr. Williams is in the process of rectifying that situation. It's a little disheartening to know that, in the process of deed researching from one ownership to the other, that's not one of the things that they do. They want to make sure that it's a clean title to the property. If there are buildings on there that aren't properly permitted, the new purchaser is kind of out in the cold. I mean, unless you go into the permits office, and who does that ahead of settlement? Anyway, that's just the way it happens. He did go to Mr. Williams went to the health department so that he is permitted. It's not an illegal butcher shop, so he is permitted with the health department. I think that we need to limit the meat processing to carcasses, not live animals. That brings in a whole different, Ms. Bates commented that she doesn't smell anything. If live animals were brought in there because of the offal and the blood, there would be a different odor in the neighborhood, I can tell you that. These requests, Mr. Dennison said that, this is a residential area. There's homes built in the ag zone. And I was on the planning commission for way too many years, but I do understand zoning, and the request here for these conditional uses, these are allowed uses in the ag zone. It may be residential building lots, but they're still in the ag zone. These conditional uses requested are not prohibited uses, they are conditional uses. In our legal issues on I call it our cheat sheet, it says, determine whether due to conditions peculiar to the project and not as a result of the actions of the applicant, the strict application of the variance requirements would result in practical difficulty or unreasonable hardship. The existing building there was put up by a previous owner. So the practical difficulty is that it was already there, and would it be an unreasonable hardship? I think so. It was not through Mr. Williams' doing that the building was put there, and he has converted that to a butcher shop for deer. We're to determine whether the requested contractor's equipment storage yard at this location would generate adverse effects above and beyond those normally associated with such a use at any other place in the ag zone. Doesn't matter if there's houses around it, at any other, is it going to create more adverse conditions at this site than anywhere else in the ag zone? And I don't think it will, in my opinion. The mulch pile is being addressed. And I don't know whether we need to put something in there that if there is mulch piles in the future, that they need to be removed as soon as possible, if that's part of the process, if that's a byproduct of what they're doing with the contractor storage yard. Mr. Williams said that there would be no more open fires. I'm not testifying now because testimony is over. But the health department used to permit open burning. And they say they don't have enough staffing, so there is no permitting for open burning. I know that as a farmer. As a courtesy, sometimes we call the local fire department or 911 and let them know what we're gonna do. The 500 gallon and 250 gallon fuel storage tanks that are on site are not subject to containment. It is over 1,000 gallon tanks that are, according to state law, that need containment. So it was alluded to that they were uncontained. By state law, that's not required on those tanks. So anything over 1,000 gallon needs to have a containment facility. And it appears that Mr. Williams is working through the permitting process to bring everything into compliance. So having said all that, I think that's everything on my list here. You know, I think Mr. Williams has been put on notice that he needs to maybe be a little more cognizant of his neighbors' requests, and he is working through the process. He's not coming to us and asking for forgiveness. He was dealt a hand that he's trying to work through at this point. So with that, any further discussion?
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
A question of me?
Yes.
Oh,
Concerning the variances, this is variances for the meat processing and multiple distances. It applies to contractors' storage yard, meat processing facility, but they're not one and the same. They're separate entities. So, you know, while you mentioned about the building existing there is going to be used for meat processing, does that then automatically include the contractor's yard variances?
They're
You're saying you
requesting multiple distance variances, so that's covering both for the meat processing and for the contractor storage yard. So this wasn't testified to, but based on previous cases, the home was close to Nicodemus Road. I'm assuming the septic was somewhere between there and the,
in the street.
yeah, or well, I'm assuming it was between there and the processing facility. And there has to be a reserve area for two future septics.
Right.
So if the mulch yard was moved closer to the deer processing facility, it could infringe upon that. It's a 6-acre lot too.
Right.
I don't see where else the mulch, where the contract, looking at the property and the shape of it when we were out there on the site visit, I don't see where that could reasonably go, on any other place on the property.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, that was my observation,
All
so.
right, so if you grant variances for the meat processing, it's by default, the builder's yard is included in that?
No, it said, because the request is a meat process, a request for conditional use of contractor equipment storage yard, it should say, and a meat processing facility, and the multiple variances associated, it should be associated with those two requests,
Right.
okay? Is that clear as mud?
I understand it now, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I guess if the testimony here is that that mulch is not going to be an issue, because it won't be on the property.
This is not, can I comment?
Sure.
No,
Oh, no.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Testimony's closed, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna answer your question.
No.
Okay.
But meaning to Richard, he was talking about the mulch and the variance. And it was stated that the mulch would not be on the property.
Yeah, that was what was testified to. We can put that in as a condition in our approval. Okay, guys, I'm chairman, I can't make a motion, so
Hang on, I'm writing something up to see if I can cover everything relevant, going backwards and forwards with, amendments on it. So just bear with me. Okay, what would be a reasonable restriction on hours of operation? We've done that before for wedding venues with noise and so on.
was testified to that the hours of operation for the contractor storage yard was the guys show up at 7:30 and are usually back by 4:30, so.
Right, but we had conflicting evidence presented that said that the meat processing was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
The actual processing is the hours are limited there, but the deer drop off, like if you shoot a deer at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you definitely wanna get it to their facility to be cooled before that. But I'm assuming that he has a deer drop off state, the ability to drop a deer carcass off, but they're not processing after hours.
Okay.
And most deer processing facilities do have a drop-off, basically 24-hour drop-off.
Okay, all right. So, let me propose this, motion. In the matter of case number 6377, Board of Zoning Appeals approves the application subject to the provision of screening of trees to hide the businesses from the neighbors, to be agreed between the neighbors and Mr. Williams, and that the businesses limit their hours of operation for meat processing and other businesses not to exceed, prior to 7:30 a.m. and after 4:30 p.m. Monday to Friday.
May I add to that?
Please.
I'd also like to add that the deer processing has to stay simply that, just deer processing, not of other animals that it was testified would bring that into a more of a slaughterhouse than a processing facility.
Okay, I've added deer processing only. Okay, Mr. Simmons,
No comments.
you okay with my
Mhm.
proposal? Mr. Chairman, you okay with that? Or
Do we need to put a prohibition of mulch pile stock?
Yes,
Mulch.
I think we should.
And it was testified to that wouldn't be, and I'm just telling you this, if we put it in as a condition of approval, it's a whole lot better than just, what was testified to. Okay?
Do you have a period of time you wanna limit that to? Or size, or?
No, no mulch.
All right, let me see if we've got this. In the matter of case number 6377, the Board of Zoning Appeals approves the application subject to the following: provision of screening of trees to hide the businesses from neighbors' properties as agreed between the parties, to be agreed between the parties. The applicant is prohibited from storing mulch on the premises. The businesses operating there are limited to 7:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, and that only deer meat processing will be permitted on the premises.
Okay, do I have a second to the motion?
I second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
I don't like the part where we're saying that, the screening must be agreed to between the applicant and neighbors. I don't like that part, because then we're making them have to enter a contract and subject to.
So
I don't like that aspect.
Screening of, so in the motion, go ahead and strike the, as agreed to.
That could be a problem.
But it's one of the primary concerns that the
Yeah,
residents
but
have.
it
I'm
would
just
be-
saying, you have to address it another way,
We
because
could-
you're making it.
Screening,
Just
screening,
say screening and.
Required.
screening is required.
Okay, all right, see where we do that. All right, we'll leave at that. Okay, so, let me try this. In the matter of case number 6377, the Board of Zoning Appeals approves the application subject to required screening of by trees to hide businesses from the neighbors' properties. Applicant is prohibited from storing mulch on the premises. Limit on the hours of operation for businesses to 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the deer meat processing only to be permitted on the premises.
Okay, and you're in agreement
So
to
the
second
only
that?
thing is the fires. Are we fine with the fires, because they're not issuing permits as we speak anyway?
There isn't a whole lot that anybody can do, because the health department is determined that they have told the county commissioners that they are no longer in the permitting of open fires.
Okay, so then I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr. Simmons?
Okay, we good, Mr. Dixon?
Okay.
Very good. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision, which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provision of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. This hearing is adjourned, and we will come back to our second hearing in about 10 minutes. Okay, Mr. Dixon, do you have our cheat sheets?
It's coming.
Okay, I'm gonna call the BZA meeting, there are 10 o'clock case, to order. It's now, we're only an hour and 6 minutes late. It's case number 6376. It's a request for conditional use for a commercial kennel. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
Okay, case 6376, a request for conditional use for a commercial kennel. The site is located at 1209 Liberty Road, Sykesville, Maryland, on property zone C2, commercial medium intensity, district and election district 5, by William and Michelle Jansen, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, section 158.082. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. There's a memo from Joe Vance to Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. For comments in accordance with Chapter 155, a site plan may be required. There is a memo from Joe Vance to J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. Comments, no comments at this time, not in preservation. There is a memo from Joe Vance to Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. Comments, a change of use permit will be required. All areas shall be in compliance with the Maryland Accessibility Code. There's a February 10th, 2022 memo from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a February 14, 2022 memo from Abigail Rogers, Planning Technician, to the Board. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan, 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. The staff finding is that this request is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan, and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There is a response from Dawn Kenner of the Humane Society, Animal Control Officer, from Joe Vance's memo. Comments from her, no comments. There is a response from Joe Voigt to Joe Vance's requests from various state and local agencies. His comments, commercial kennels are a conditional use and must receive BZA approval. There are no operation distance required other than normal setbacks. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Matt Shipley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Comments, proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply, an adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. Notice of public hearing for this case, January 31st, 2022. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Comment, site is located within a wellhead protection area. Address hazardous regulated substances if applicable. Hearing notice was posted by zoning inspector Scott Robinson January 27th, 2022. All right, this is January 13th, 2022, letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. Then I see something, some sort of plan from KCE Engineering, Inc. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to enter the file into evidence. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll go ahead and move the file into evidence. So before we get started, the sign-in sheet for this case is over on the side. If you haven't signed in, please do so. The other thing that I want to tell you is please do not leave by these doors with your ID badges. Go out the front so that at the end of the day, they're not trying to track you down in the building. So with that, if you're going to testify here today, could you please stand and take the oath? Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You can be seated. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, good morning. Briefly, I just wanted to clarify that the premises address of this building is 1213. 1209 is one of the other buildings on the site, but it's all one site. Like the property identification information is all still the same. It's just that the site has 3 different buildings on it. So the site that we're gonna, the specific building that we're gonna be talking about is 1213. I just wanted to make that clarification briefly. The application before you today is for a commercial kennel. I spoke with Mr. Voigt in determining what use category this kind of fell under within the existing code. I just want to point this out because I think in this case it's worth noting that the commercial kennel on its face, when you just say that term, is not really what the request is here today. The request is for a dog daycare facility, but because commercial kennel is defined in our code to include daily or overnight boarding of dogs, it therefore, a dog daycare falls under a commercial kennel. But I do think, at least in my head, the two are much different, and so I just wanted to kind of note that and make you all aware of that from the get-go. In Carroll, we just currently do not have a separate use category for a dog daycare facility, but maybe we will after today, because this is gonna be our first one in the county, so let's do it. There is no new development proposed here today. This is an existing commercial center. This is the Princess Shopping Center at the intersection of Route 32 and 26 in Sykesville-Eldersburg area. So there's no new proposed development. This is it's located in a dense, if you will, commercial corridor of the county. So I think it's very well suited. The property is zone C2, which is commercial medium in the county. And as you heard from Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file, this is consistent with the future land use designations in the master plan as well. The setback requirements for the C2 district are such that they're easily met still by this use. I mean, I think that kind of goes with the territory because this site has an existing approved site plan, so obviously they complied when they developed the site, but I just wanted to emphasize that this use does not change anything about that. So with that, I will put on testimony and ask that you examine this case and the facts that are presented to you under the Schultz v. Pritz conditional use standard. There is no variance being asked for today. It is just a conditional use request for the commercial kennel.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So I would call Mr. Bill Jansen. Bill, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record, please?
Sure. Good morning. It's Bill Jansen, Jansen, and my current address is 1187 Gemstone Court in Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784.
And you can tell me if you disagree with this, but in an effort to be extra efficient, I kind of pre-packaged my exhibits so that you all have them in front of you and can look at them as we're referencing them, and then at the conclusion, I will just ask that they all be entered if that's amenable.
That is acceptable,
Thank you.
absolutely.
So I made Mr. Dixon's pre-labeled copy. The first picture on here is the site plan, which was attached to the application. So that we do not need to enter as an exhibit because it's already part of the file. So that way you have those while we're referencing. The shaded red area is where this use specifically is proposed to go within the shopping center. So with that kind of background, I'll jump back to Mr. Jansen. Mr. Jansen, can you please just tell the board a little bit about yourself and your family?
Sure.
Do I see a question?
This is the lower floor, lower level of that building, is that correct?
Yes, like on the downside.
Just wanna make
And
sure.
if you look, I did include towards the back of that packet, there are some photos that show the space, which might, it's not gonna show you exactly where it is, but if you're familiar with that site, you'll see that it's like downgrade, if you will.
Yeah, I drove in there, I remember seeing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
perfect. You're welcome. Mr. Jansen, can you please tell the board just a little bit about yourself, and your background and family?
Sure. My wife, Michelle, sitting next to me, Michelle Jansen, and I live in Eldersburg. We've been there since 2017, right behind Liberty High School. And we're very engaged with the community, happy living in Eldersburg, and just look forward to bringing this forward.
Is it accurate that you both are currently full-time employed outside of your proposed dog daycare?
Correct. My wife is a full-time practice manager at a veterinary clinic. She's been there for 15 years, and I'm currently a state trooper in the Maryland State Police.
Okay. So this is a prospective business that you have planned and hope to open within Carroll County. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And you heard the introduction of the file. It's true and accurate that you submitted the application before this board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The board has taken a site visit and obviously is pretty familiar with Carroll County, but is it accurate that the site is within what we know as the Princess Shopping Center in Eldersburg?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it your intent to lease or purchase the property?
It'll be leased.
Okay. You heard me in my introduction say that there's no new proposed development, meaning, no new structures, no new building, that sort of thing. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. You are aware that the property is zoned C2. Is that accurate?
Correct.
The aerial that is in your packet of exhibits, it's the second one. I'm going to show that to Mr. Jansen. Look at that, Mr. Jansen. Is that red star on that, does that show the location of your use within the center?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us the approximate size of the leased space?
It's approximately 6,900 square foot plus the
And are you aware of whether the space is currently leased or whether it's vacant space?
it's currently vacant.
Any idea, you might not know, but do you know how long it's been vacant?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. So you've applied for a commercial kennel, but really a dog daycare. You stated your wife's professional experience, so is it fair to say that she has familiarity in this sort of enterprise?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just generally describe your business plan for this? Are you going to be running it? Is your wife going to be running it? What was your thought process in developing the business?
Correct. So the business plan is defined with Michelle, my wife, running the day-to-day operations with as many employees as necessary to make sure that it's a safe, interactive environment for the clients and customers that come in and obviously their animals. So I'll be assisting on my time that I have off, which this varies, but primary responsibility will be with the business plan is to have Michelle running it day to day.
Okay. And looking at the first page of that, which is the plan that was submitted with the application, can you just describe the area? I mean, the large or red square, is that indoor or outdoor?
The large red square is indoor.
Okay, and then the small outdoor space, that is also, it's your intent to lease that area as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what will that outdoor space serve as?
The outdoor space will be proposed to be a turfed, fenced-in area for the dogs to have outside activity, to be able to get a little sun, short periods of time, allow them to rotate from the inside, to not be stuck indoors all the time.
Okay. Would it be accurate to say that most of the activity is occurring indoors?
That's correct.
Okay. And we'll jump back to that space a little more in a second, but can you kind of describe for the board an average day of this business? Like what happens? We wake up, obviously Michelle's at work, and what would I see if I was looking at the site?
So the day-to-day operations, what we have planned is that folks would arrive in the morning about 7 a.m. to drop off their dog. So they would pull up to the front, they would greet us at the reception counter, the dog would be brought into the back, be placed into, based on size, temperament, all that good stuff. The dogs will be divided into their separate play areas. Inside, it's not like we're just throwing the dogs all into one batch and just have at it. There'll be counselors in the back that'll be greeting the dogs, getting them checked in, putting them into their separate play areas, like based on the descriptions that I gave you prior. So throughout the day, they'll be rotated, like I said, for different activities. They'll be stimulated. They'll be playing with other dogs, interacting, socializing, and be rotated outside for again, some other activity, get some outdoor playtime, and around noon or so, they'll get their downtime where they get a little bit of a nap in there to kind of calm down. And if they need to be moved around the different play areas, they can be. We'll have some kennel enclosures for them too. For some of the dogs that may need to take some private time to take a nap, there'll be some enclosures in there. And then towards the end of the day, about 3 to 5 p.m. is roughly when pickup will be, with an anticipated close time for right now of 6 p.m.
If I didn't know it, I would think you were describing my child's daycare, Mr. Jansen. Is that, but with dogs, is it fair to say that that's a pretty accurate representation?
Correct.
It's similar to a child's daycare, it's just dogs. I just had to chuckle because he's never put it exactly that way to me, but the more he describes nap time, I'm like, yep, that check. At this point in time, is it your business intent to offer boarding services?
It's not our intent at the moment to offer boarding services. However, it's something that we want to keep available as an option if we're able to.
Is it fair to say that if and when you ever offered those boarding services, you would still operate within that same business model in the sense that there would be a daytime drop-off, there would be a daytime pickup? It's not like an overnight, midnight type of use where you would see activity during those hours?
Correct. It wouldn't necessarily be a 24-hour operation. The daytime operation would still be when they would pick up, drop off. If we were to go to a boarding situation, it would just be a closed door, doors are locked type nighttime facility.
Okay. Flip through towards the back of there. There's several photos. So can you take a look at the first one? You can feel free to pull it out of the paperclip if that's easier too. Can you just tell us what that shows?
So I'm looking at 3A. Would that be?
Yeah, they don't have all theirs marked, but Mr. Dixon has his marked with the exhibit. I just labeled the actual exhibit numbers on there. Yep.
3A is showing a side view where we're looking at a retaining wall. So if you look at, you'll see a Ford pickup truck kind of on your left, and then the retaining wall straight ahead, and then the actual proposed business space to our right with the roll-up door.
So the spaces that will be enclosed for the outdoor play area are the spaces that connect to that retaining wall, is that correct?
Correct. So the proposal is to have a fence that runs parallel to that retaining wall that's perpendicular to the way you're looking down, which would essentially have the building as one wall, the retaining wall that you're looking at straight ahead, and then the retaining wall to the left would make all four walls for the enclosure.
And in that photo, is that an existing bay door attached to the space that you intend to lease?
Correct. That's a roll-up garage door.
So will the dogs have direct access out from the indoor area to the outdoor? I mean, I shouldn't say direct. Will you be able, when you take the dogs out, to go straight into the play area versus, taking them out one door, leashing them, taking them across the parking lot?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, the garage door will roll up, and we would like to put an additional fence there for controlled access, so there's no possible way that a dog could so we can be in full control of the animal, the dog, when he leaves the roll-up door. Is that?
Yeah, so akin to, I'm not sure how everyone is familiar with this, but akin to like a dog park sort of setting where there's a fenced area, but there's a small fenced entrance area so that you can get your dog into that first and then release them into the, correct?
Our business plan is to have it to be controllable so that it's not a free-for-all when the door goes up. Even though it would be completely enclosed with an 8-foot high, it may even be taller than that, but the retaining wall is at least 8 foot high. Even though it's that high anyway, we're still not allowing them to just free-fall and run out without controllable counselor.
Right. Okay. Let's flip through and just talk about these photos briefly. The second photo, is that just kind of a closer, different angle of that same outdoor area that you just described?
Correct.
Okay. The third photo, is that angled towards the actual indoor leased space area?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the fourth photo is that looking out towards the edge of the site from that retaining wall area?
It's the view towards the back parking lot if you were to be standing on a retaining wall away from the business.
Okay.
Showing that additional parking back there.
Okay. And then the last photograph, is that just the inverse of that, and that it's from kind of that tree line looking towards the space that you'll be leasing?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't really see the space that you'll be leasing from that angle, can you?
You can barely see it, but if you want to cut the building that you can see, if you want to cut it into thirds, our proposed area will be the first third
Okay.
on the left.
Okay. Thank you. So the general activities are people coming to the site, people dropping a dog off, people picking a dog up. During the day, the dogs are playing, napping, and playing outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have I'm assuming, and sorry.
Inside.
Right. And if there's any question that I ask you that's better suited for Michelle, just say that and we can introduce Michelle. And likewise, if the board has any questions that are better suited to Michelle as well, we can introduce her and have her state the answer. But from your awareness of the industry, would you say that your business plan to handle any excrement is in keeping with veterinary clinics or other kennel type uses?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the plan?
So, and with
I
our...
see your large business binder here, so if you need help at all, please don't hesitate to refer to that.
I would like to allow her to speak on this, but I'll speak first. So within our business plan, cleanliness is definitely one of our biggest, primary top concerns about, cleaning up and mopping and keeping this stuff, so it doesn't smell, so it doesn't have any adverse effect on people, that clientele that walk up and say, hey, this doesn't seem sanitary. So we have tons of equipment, small equipment things that we like to purchase, and also tons of very environmental friendly, cleaners that are used throughout the veterinary practice, which my wife Michelle can hit on. We actually have one that we've been looking at that a lot of in the industry, that through our research, that a lot of folks are using, a lot of different programs are using. So that would definitely be our primary concern of just making sure it's clean as possible, that it's very neighbor friendly, right, and also sanitary for our guests, which would be the dogs and their families that they go to at the end of the day.
Okay. So think you said this, but it's fair to say that your intent is to practice in the industry standard for this sort of thing, if you will. Okay. If Michelle wants to say something, I'd be happy for her to add something, but I do think that you did a good job describing it. And if the board has any maybe specific questions, we can certainly introduce Michelle in terms of.
Here would be my suggestion, go ahead and let Ms. Jansen go ahead and give her testimony, and then we can ask questions, and whoever wants to answer the questions could answer. How's that?
That I don't even have any specific testimony for her. She's here to as
Okay,
backup.
just here to answer
Yeah,
questions.
so I'll continue with Mr. Jansen if that's okay, and then
And
if the
that's-
board wants to ask her any questions, you all know that she's here and we can
Okay.
introduce her. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Jansen, you're familiar with this, you testified that you live in Carroll County, so you're familiar with this specific location, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other dog daycare facilities in Carroll County?
I am not. I've heard of other small home-based dog daycares, but I believe, my wife could probably back me up on this, I believe they're not, I think mainly because of the pandemic, I think they're not in existence anymore,
Okay.
from the research I've done.
So do you believe that this business will serve a needed opportunity for residents of the county?
Absolutely.
And is it your intent to participate also in the local business community of Carroll County, but also specifically of the Sykesville, Eldersburg area?
Absolutely. I mean, just in our hometown alone, we're not gonna only, market to Sykesville and Eldersburg, because I think we know that there's a need outside, people that travel into the community for work, travel through the community for work. We're providing a service that, it's a growing industry. I think that we can all agree that the pandemic, and my wife has the numbers on this if we wanna ask her specifically, but, the amount of puppies and dogs that were purchased during the pandemic, skyrocketed. And I don't wanna be quoted on the exact number, the percentage of, but I think it's roughly about 35% of families in America, and again, not to quote an exact number, but in my research I found 35% of families own a dog, and a lot of families aren't home all day with their dogs, so I do believe this is a huge benefit to the community, and we want to provide a service that I think is invaluable for the, playing with the dogs, interaction, socialization that dogs just don't get when they're home alone for 10 hours a day. And just to hit on the part about the community, we're definitely motivated to be involved with the community, with other businesses, to kind of have ways that we can, business share, so to speak, to make sure that we're kind of in synergy with them as well.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Jansen, unless the board has any in follow-up.
Any questions?
I have a number of questions. The first one I'm curious about, you mentioned that you're gonna take over 4 parking spots at the end of that, parking cul-de-sac outside the building. And then you said it's gonna be turfed. I'd like to know how that's gonna work. Is that, are you building something over the top of the existing, blacktop there, or are you gonna have the blacktop removed?
So I will defer to Mr. Jansen because he has explained it very nicely to me, so now I will let him explain it to you.
So I've done a tremendous amount of research with this to find out what the best way to tackle this so that it doesn't alter the existing blacktop, so it doesn't, alter the existing way that things would flow as far as drainage and stuff like that. So through my research and talking to a lot of different companies, they actually, what the proposal is to put down like an air barrier. It's almost like a plastic, 1 inch or ½ inch, however big it is, plastic grate that goes on the bottom, and then the turf goes over the top of that. The reason behind that is this turf has holes in it. It breathes really well, a lot of water. It's quite expensive, but for a good reason, because it
And
does
this is artificial turf.
correct, artificial turf.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
not real grass. I'm sorry.
Artificial turf.
Artificial turf. Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
That's not a testimony.
Somebody's going to pick it forward. So it would be the artificial turf would be on top of that, and then it would allow for drainage. So the reason why you want that is because you want the water to flow good, you want the turf to breathe, you want space compared to if it was just glued straight to the concrete, then you could get trapped, debris or anything unwanted things that would make it harder to clean. So.
Okay, I think the addition of the word artificial solves the problem. Right? I'm actually trying to figure out, you're gonna cut.
I knew where he was going, and you were not
I appreciate
understanding.
that you knew where he was going.
Right there with lawnmowers,
Okay.
Other questions. How are you gonna deal with trash or foreign objects from above? Are the dogs going to be supervised all the time that they're out there?
Absolutely. No, the dogs will always be supervised no matter where they are on our premise.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about, trash or foreign objects being dropped over the side there because people don't know what's below. Is there any plan to screen over the top?
So there wasn't any initial plan for that, but I have thought about that as far as debris from trees or any trash. Now, the current site, it's just the back doors of these businesses that have a railing, so it's not a lot of space. The only thing that I'll honestly say that I was concerned about is somebody that was smoking a cigarette and possibly throwing it over top of there. My initial plan would be to speak with these individuals if, hey, look, we can't have cigarette butts going
yeah,
to the dogs and stuff like that.
Not so much that, it's, you're right next to the roadway. That retaining wall at the end is the roadway's above it.
Sure.
So you got somebody throwing their McDonald's bag out or whatever over out there because people are not very good at disposing of trash properly.
Sure.
Cigarettes, lit
Sure.
cigarettes and so on. That would be a concern for me for the safety of the dogs. Also, you're gonna have parking spots right next to essentially a closed off area that you're relying on ventilation coming in and then going up. So you're, maybe this is outside the scope of the board, but I was concerned that you're gonna have vehicles maybe running their engines there and the fumes collecting in that space.
I do not have a response to that, aside from saying that, this site currently, and I'll have Mr. Boyle say this specifically, but this site currently is very over-parked in the sense that there's ample parking for the uses there. So, nobody can say this with certainty unless they closed off those spaces, but I would say to you that nobody's gonna be parking right next to the fence for this use. I do also think that there is existing landscaping where you're speaking about, like, between the retaining wall and
Right.
the actual parking drive aisle. So there is a buffer there, and it's not the retaining wall, and again, jump in if I'm wrong, but the retaining wall is not at grade. The retaining wall goes a bit above
yeah,
grade.
yeah.
So it's not a surface, like, between the landscaping and then that wall, there's a little bit more of a block there than you might think from your average retaining wall, if you
I'm just
will.
thinking about somebody in a vehicle just
Right.
throws something out.
Right, so I do think there's a decent existing buffer there, but obviously, those are business considerations that it's kind of like an inverse of a zoning analysis, because it's kind of like, how is the public going to negatively impact this business versus like, how is this business going to impact the public? So I appreciate the suggestion, and I'm sure they'll consider that. It sounds like they already have in terms of the trash and that sort of thing. It's an interesting thing to consider from that perspective.
Right. I'm a dog lover, so.
Yeah.
I hear you. My dog has bowls at my office, so
Oh, okay.
he has a whole setup.
I know where to come for a snack.
If I will, quick, sir, safety is our number one priority. Like I mentioned, this is something we have talked about even prior to here. No dog will be allowed outside before a counselor would walk. That's 100% the truth. Like, we'll be walking that area, making sure there's no debris. So if somebody were to do that, and I can kind of piggyback this with, in my experience of driving back there for all these months and talking with the landlord about the space, there's not a whole lot of traffic that actually drives back there to begin with.
Right.
But that shouldn't take away the fact that your concerns are 100% legit, and we will definitely make sure that our counselors are looking in there, especially if it's like, the next day, the next morning, we'll walk that. Anytime the dog's gonna be put in that area, just like if we're gonna take a dog from an indoor play area to another play area, it needs to be inspected to make sure that there's no objects that the dog could, something that could inadvertently hurt them. Not that there should be, but, the only way you know for sure is to do a proper inspection and make sure that the safety is not compromised for those dogs.
I can also comment from the veterinary side of it.
Oh,
as
wait,
far
wait, wait,
oh,
wait.
don't do it.
Name and
Oh.
address if you're going to
Yeah,
speak.
yeah,
Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
name, address, and occupation, sorry.
That's okay, sorry. Michelle Jansen, address 1187 Gemstone Court in Eldersburg, 21784. Occupation practice manager of a veterinary hospital. From the veterinary side of it, as far as things they can eat and all that, like you said, I already have many years worth of experience. We have astroturfed area where I currently work. As far as what we would implement with employees, every time before an animal goes out already, what I implement where I work currently, they have to patrol the area before letting dogs out. They're always with the dogs for multiple reasons, not mostly trash, mostly just their interactions with other dogs. But as far as ingesting things too, there's it sounds weird, but there's very few things that they can ingest. Number one, they would have to be really, really fast because someone's out there. But as far as, it sounds terrible, but a cigarette butt or something like that, not to say it's going to happen, but anything's possible with animals, as we all know. Those sorts of things they can digest unless it's a massive amount. And it's funny we talk about it because yesterday we had an animal ingest an entire pack of cigarettes. So
At their house, though, right?
yeah, at their house.
Not at the facility.
Not there. But I have experience with dogs ingesting literally everything you could think of. And there is very few things that they could ingest that would harm them to a point of something happening. But that is something that would be in our proposal as far as going out to clients, that things are possible, and the medical expenses varying on what happened are obviously something we will and do take into consideration for if something was to happen, a dog fight or ingesting something. It's all going to be in our medical plan as far as what's covered, what's not, if something was to happen, just to be safe.
It's a liability concern of the business,
Exactly. Correct.
Okay. One last question. You've got businesses above you, and some of them are restaurants. I believe there's a restaurant in that building that's right above that space.
It's off. Yeah.
It's off or whatever, but there are other businesses there.
Mhm.
Are they on shared air conditioning systems, or are they separate from your facility?
I am going to actually call briefly to testify Mr. Dennis Boyle, who's the commercial leasing agent and here representing the landlords. I think he is probably able to answer that question.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my name's Dennis Boyle. I'm with,
You can come up here.
my name's Dennis Boyle. I'm with Mackenzie Commercial Real Estate Services, and I represent the leasing activity for the landlord, Mike Stavlis, or Stavlis Properties, that owns that center.
Can you state your address as well, Dennis?
My personal address is 129 Liberty Road, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784. So regarding the restaurants, this is on the backside of the property, so it's an ideal situation for us because it gives, an area for them to be fairly secluded from the rest of the tenants in the center. So there is 2 restaurants that sit up above that on the upper side of it, but what you're seeing is just the back doors of those restaurants. Everything's on separate HVAC systems, so the whole space, there is concrete floor between both levels as well. So the Jansens are going to be leasing just shy of 7,000 feet on the lower level, and they would have their own HVAC system. Everything would be, all the utilities would be separate from any other property there.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle.
Sure.
Appreciate it. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
I have a couple. So the question is, dogs are dogs. If you take them outside and they use the restroom there, what's the plan for that if it runs off? And since you're in the industry, the waste, where would that go? What would you do with that?
Sure. So, okay. So the waste outside. So the AstroTurf works really well with, basically, it sits right on top. So as far as the fecal matter, something solid. So that would be easily picked up. If it wasn't easily picked up, if it's a less nice sort of feces, we would be able to spray it off. We're going to have a hose there, and you can spray it off. The drain runs down, like if you're looking at the first picture, I think that we all addressed. The water drainage runs down, and there's a drain, ground drain further off of this picture, and that's where it would kind of run off to as far as with urine. And there's already something that we're going to be doing, which is spraying it off twice a day at least. We're going to start with that and see how that works. So spraying it off, in the morning after their first rotation, and spraying it off at the end of the day, just to make sure with, things should run off naturally because of the angle of the parking lot, which is already graded. You say it? Okay, cool. But in case it doesn't, in case it's sitting there, we don't want anything sitting there for multiple reasons. We don't want, dogs having to share those scents too much. So we're going to have it drain all down.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any, will there be any grooming?
No grooming. There'll be light bathing, but no like cutting or something like that. That's not, we're not trying to get into that,
Okay,
that particular
Great.
field.
thank you. I apologize, one other question. I was thinking about the businesses with the noise. So because of the concrete floor, do you feel that's adequate so that they don't hear dogs above?
Yeah, that is adequate, and it's a pretty substantial floor between the two, so it's not, we don't foresee any kind of issues with that. Most of the businesses, if it was residential or above or whatever, it'd be more of a concern. But you've got businesses that are operating during the day there. We don't see any concern at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the testimony? Okay, any other witnesses?
Those are my only witnesses. However, I would ask Mr. Boyle just one quick question as well.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Boyle, this space that they're intending on leasing is a currently vacant space, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you share, do you have an estimate on approximately how long it has been vacant?
It's been vacant. That whole bottom level there, it was a combination of a bowling alley on 2/3 of it, and then there was a store called Tuesday Mornings. I've only been working with that landlord for about 1.5 years, but as far as I know, it's that space has been vacant for about 3 or 4 years, the whole bottom floor. So we're looking at, it's because of the proximity to the center there, it sits around back, so it's not an ideal retail location for 90% of any retail type businesses. So this is what I think this is an ideal business. If you look in Howard County, for instance, there's probably 5 or 6 dog daycare. I did one in Hanover, Maryland, and it's 14,000 square feet. It's a very sought after thing. So I think in that area, it's going to be it's a good use for the property. The landlord likes the use, and I think the people in the area are very receptive of it. So I think it brings a value to the center, but at the same time, giving us some seclusion from the remaining tenants in there.
Thank you. That's all I had for Mr. Boyle.
About how many dogs do you think you would have?
So right now we have it plotted for, we don't have a maximum number of dogs. However, I will tell you that we will only have a number of dogs that is safe and efficient based on our personnel and the amount of space for the dogs. So we've done numbers up to 50. That doesn't mean that we couldn't handle more than 50, and it certainly doesn't mean we need to do lower than that. But based on the amount of space, I've done CAD drawings on my own of how we would like to see it, and spacing and rotated play areas. We have looked at numbers between 30 and 50 would be our ideal range. Now, granted, like I said, if it ends up being more, it would only be based on the amount of personnel that we have to safely and efficiently run the business. So it's not, stacking tons of dogs in there without the proper supervision. To piggyback the safety issue with not washing them and watching them and all that stuff. So.
And are you going to run the operation?
Yes.
Okay.
He just speaks a lot, so he speaks better. And on.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Any other questions of any of Ms. Miller's witnesses? Okay, any other testimony? Mr. Lumberman?
Mr. Don't put him on the spot for this.
Mr. Robinson?
I'll do it for the next one.
You're here for the next one, okay. So seeing that presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to also just ask that packet be entered as an exhibit, or as exhibits that they're marked. Thank you.
And we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you very much. I think that all the testimony you heard is that this location is ideal for this type of use. This is a C2 zoned property in Carroll County. There are significantly higher commercial uses that could go here by right. And by right, I mean without coming before this board to ask for conditional use approval. I will note that a veterinary facility without runways is a principal permitted use in the C2, and also only because I had to chuckle, A daycare center is also a principal permitted use in C2. So I think that the reason commercial kennel is dubbed a conditional use is because commercial kennels with outdoor runways envision a lot more outdoor full-time activity, like an open door on a runway where a dog is staying all day and has free range, which has a different component to the use than a controlled setting like the one that you've heard testimony about here today. This is really no different, maybe even lesser depending on the size of the veterinary clinic. A veterinary clinic where I pull up with my dog, I take my dog to the grass area next door, and then I go in, which is what I do when I go to my veterinary clinic with my dog. So it's just kind of a nuanced aspect of our zoning code that calls this out as a commercial kennel and requires that these applicants be here before you today. You are all familiar with the Schultz v. Pritz standard in Carroll County and the conditional use requirements. There has been no testimony here today that there is any adverse effect about this use that is any different than any other commercial kennel. In fact, I would say to you that it's even less of an impact than a true commercial kennel would be on any site. This is a busy corridor. It's probably, Mr. Boyle alluded to it, but it's probably a perfect location for a use like this because a lot of people commuting to jobs, I mean, this would be ideal for me to be able to swing in there, drop my dog off, maybe on my way home, stop at Los Aztecas and, have dinner and then go pick my dog up. So I do think that this use will serve an economic development opportunity in the county and also foster some of those other businesses in the center because it might create some business for them as well. The fact that it is not fronting on 32 or 26 does make it perhaps not as well suited to a traditional retail type of use where they really need that road frontage for visual clients, clients to see it and stop in. This is a use where you need to know about it and then you go to the site and you receive your service, in this case, a dog daycare. Just to briefly point out, some of the other principal permitted uses in the not in the ag zone, you got me, I'm all over the place here. In the C2 district are auto service center, a car wash, a fuel station, a vehicle repair shop, a vehicle sales lot, the restaurant, even a drive-through restaurant like a McDonald's. So any of those uses could develop on the site without coming to this board. So I just think that further goes to show that the impact of this is significantly less than several type uses that were envisioned for C2 property. So we are asking that this board approve the request here today, and we look forward to welcoming this new business to the county. Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members.
Cut and dry.
No
Not a
problem
problem.
with it.
Agreed.
Wow. Let me get my list of questions. Have to agree with my colleagues. So, I'm chair, I can't make a motion. Anyone?
I'll do one for you.
Okay.
In the matter of case number 6376 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the application for conditional use request for a commercial kennel.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and second that we grant the request for the conditional use for a commercial kennel. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provision of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned. We have before us, case number 6309. It's a request for conditional use for the manufacturing, processing, and storage and sale of malts and distance variance requests. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6309, an application for conditional use for the manufacturing, processing, storage, and sale of mulch and a distance variance request. The site is located at 2608 Dr. Stitley Road, New Windsor, Maryland, on property zone A, agricultural district, and election districts 11 and 9. By Jeremy Watt, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, section 158.070 EW. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 at approximately 9:45 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There is an email from Michelle Dahl, February 24th, writing as an interested party. She wants to go on record in opposition to granting approval of the conditional use application before the board. It's her opinion that the establishment of a facility for manufacturing, processing, storage, and sale of mulch on the land zone A agricultural is inconsistent with the land's intended use and would be detrimental to the quiet, bucolic character of the surrounding properties and to the neighborhood in general. Portion of our roads are barely a lane wide, and as such, truck traffic would pose a safety hazard to those who use the roads as part of their daily routine. The noise created by the manufacture of mulch would also be inconsistent with the intended use and character of agriculturally zoned land. Trucks, machines, and disrupted soil and plant life would also affect the abundant wildlife whose homes would be changed forever by such land use. I have lived at my current address for over 45 years. We chose this location for its peace and serenity. The establishment of a mulch manufacturing and sale facility would certainly change those characteristics. Then there are three things that were received by OAH three separate documents that were received. One is typewritten, 1.5 pages, and two are handwritten that don't have a name and don't have no name, no signature, and no address that I'm not going to read. Then there are the site minutes. There is a email from John Zazamia, to whom it may concern. I would like to issue a concern regarding a rural road that I have noticed has been getting ever more dangerous. Large trucks are constantly creating a dangerous situation for pedestrians as well as cars on Dr. Stitley Road in New Windsor, Maryland. My wife and I often visit friends and family along this road and have noticed an increased amount of what appears to be commercial or business trucks. This particular road is very winding and narrow with many blind spots along the way. What used to be fine for pedestrians to walk their dogs or walk to a neighbor's house has now become a dangerous road. Cars coming around a particular bend need to find someplace to back up and let the truck pass by. There is a slight hill as well as blind spots, making it even more treacherous. I ask that there be restrictions on this road that prohibit commercial or large trucks. I am very concerned that this road is a tragic accident waiting to happen should these trucks be allowed to continue on Stitley Road. John Zazamia. There's a email February 8th, 2022 from Debbie Zazamia. I am a concerned citizen that is very worried about large trucks that are constantly driving on Dr. Stitley Road in New Windsor, Maryland. I drive on this road to visit. Looks like it's the same thing as her husband, okay. Same email. There's a January 31st, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. There's a February 10th, 2022 letter from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a February 14, 2022 memo from Abigail Rogers, planning technician, to the board. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan, as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans as applicable. The staff finding is that this request is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. Hearing notice was posted January 27th, 2022 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. There's an August 18th, 2021 letter from Diane Chase, Administrator for Maryland Department of Agriculture. Carroll County has forwarded to me your client's request, which proposes that a mulch operation be permitted on Robert Cover's farm located at 2608 Dr. Stitley Road, New Windsor, Maryland. Per the Foundation's guidelines for uses of land in the MOUF program, the Foundation's Board of Trustees has delegated administrative approval authority to the county's Agricultural Board and the Foundation staff regarding certain uses, including mulch operation. Based on the information you have provided about the proposed use, the approval of the proposed use by the county's Agricultural Advisory Board, and all of the conditions listed in the Foundation's guidelines being satisfied, you are hereby granted Foundation approval for the mulch operation. There's a June 22nd, 2021 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to Deborah Bowers, Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. Comments: a site development plan will be required in accordance with Chapter 155. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from Christopher Hahn. The Bureau of Resource Management provides the following comments. If the cumulative disturbance is over 40,000 square feet, forest conservation must be addressed. The mulch manufacturing facility will require permanent stormwater management addressing water quality to be installed. If the disturbance to install the stormwater management facility is over 5,000 square feet, a grading permit is required. If the disturbance is over 30,000 square feet, a sediment control plan is required. Water resource and floodplain management do not apply to this proposal as shown. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. There are no comments from a Permits and Inspections standpoint at this time. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Matt Shipley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replaced septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to, from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. There is an open zoning investigation for this infraction. There will be no additional actions taken until the BZA makes its decision. There is a response from Deb Bowers, Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. Applicant has to obtain permission from MALP before proceeding. Let's see. Hearing notice was posted February 26, 2021 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. There's a February 16, 2021 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the BZA. There's a February 12, 2021 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the BZA. And then there's a plan here from RTF Associates. There's a number of photos here. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a motion to move it into evidence?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move the file into evidence. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. We will enter the file into evidence. Before we get started, everybody signed in on the sign-in sheet, and please make sure that you don't leave by those doors there. Leave at the front desk and don't crumple your ID up so that they're not looking for you at the end of the day. So that lets them know that you've exited the building. If you plan on testifying here today, I'd ask you to please stand and raise your right hand.
Everybody should stand. It's free.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You can be seated. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am here before you today, Kelly Schaefer Miller. I don't think I introduced myself during the last hearing. 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Jeremy Watt is present with me and seated right here to my left. Bobby Cover owns the property and he's seated with me to my right. And then Gregory Scott Woodson Jr. is one over, and he's also involved in the farming operation. And then I also have John Lemmerman of RTF, who's scared of us, so he's back there. Just kidding. So that is who will be presenting here today. This property is almost 200 acres. It's a little over 199 acres. It is zoned agricultural. I wouldn't say it came to you in a unique fashion because I see a lot of my clients this way, but just so that you understand how this occurred, it's an active farming operation in Carroll County, a pretty heavily active farming operation, if I do say so. And Mr. Watt and Bobby started mulching using some of the product from on-site and product off-site. And then there was a complaint issued to the zoning administrator, which then brought to their attention that they needed a specific zoning approval for that use, where they had assumed it was part of the farm and they could do it. So that's how they got to me and my office, and then we started this process. So when Mr. Dixon introduced the file, that's why you'll see in there that there was a zoning investigation that had been opened, and I'm sure Mr. Robinson will correct me if I got any of that off, but that's how this started. After making the application to the board, it then came to our attention that there is an existing Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Fund easement, which we call MALF easement, over the farmland. I'm not sure how familiar all of you are with the MALF program or unfamiliar with it. I know Mr. Bale is intimately familiar with the MALF program, more than me probably. But it does require that you get certain approval for certain type of activities under the terms of the easement before you're allowed to do them through that program. So we did submit a letter and information to the MALF program to request permission before going through now the zoning process. That's what Mr. Dixon introduced as part of the file. That was my letter to them explaining the operation, and then their letter back saying you have been approved through our program, now basically freeing us up to now go through the zoning process. So I just thought the context was pretty important to understand where we are. I did do the same presentation style for this hearing as I did in my previous, and I kind of just prepared packets of exhibits, if you will. So I will take this opportunity before we get started to pass those out so that you can take a look. The first visual in the packet is the RTF drawing that was part of the application, so same as the first hearing we did.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this packet, I think they're probably already part of the file, but this packet does include the letter to MALF, and then the MALF response as well, just, for your benefit and to the extent we get into it in testimony. So with that, I will call my first witness.
Okay.
Mr. Watt, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Jeremy Watt, W-A-T-T. My resident address is 2600 Dr. Stately Road, 21776, and business mailing address is 3335 Marston Road, 21157.
Tell the board a little bit about yourself. You said your resident address. Do you live at the farm? Do you live there with your family? Give us a little bit of background.
I have 2 kids and a girlfriend, and we live on the farm in a tenant house.
Okay. So the owner of the property also has a house on the farm. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. Approximately how long have you lived on the property?
I think 3.5 years. I believe.
Okay.
Almost 4. Yeah.
Now you're looking at the drawing that was submitted by RTF with this application, and that is also the first page of the packet that I just handed out. Can you kind of describe which structure on there is your house?
If you're looking at the map, it's the house to the right of the driveway entrance.
Okay. If there are any questions about that, I didn't hassle with putting a USB in the computer and pulling it up there, but if there's any benefit to us pointing to things, please let us know.
It's on the right of the driveway when
Yes.
you go in.
As you enter, yeah.
Yes. How long have you known Bobby and been familiar? And when I say Bobby, I'll be referring to Bobby Cover, the owner of the property, just for the record.
Oh.
So how long have you known Bobby, and how long have you been familiar with this property?
I'd say 15 to 20 years. And we farmed the hay part of the farm for, I guess, 10 or 12 years maybe now?
You just have to answer that
Oh,
question.
sorry.
I mean, I can call Bobby as a witness, but Bobby can't talk yet because I haven't introduced him. No, you're fine. So about 10 plus years.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of the historical significance of this property?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you just tell me a little bit about the history of this property and Bobby's family's ownership? And obviously Bobby can testify more to that if we need to, but just give us a synopsis.
I know it's been in his family for close to or more than 200 years.
What was it used for in history?
I think butter production and milk.
Okay. I'll also ask Bobby a question about that in a few minutes. So, you're aware that you've applied here today for the manufacture of mulch at the subject property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You heard my introduction where I said the reason you came to my office is because, the zoning office told you you needed an approval, correct? So, is it accurate to say that the site had already been used for this purpose?
Yes.
Okay. So you did not understand when you started that you needed zoning approval until it was brought to your attention, correct?
Right.
Okay. Is that another way of saying, you've looked through this exhibit packet and the photos that are included in there. Is it fair to say that those photos show the use and you're not requesting any sort of expansion
No.
or any addition to what's already existing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Furthering that question, as part of this request, are you asking for any new buildings, any new construction, any new disturbance on the site?
No.
You are aware, and you heard through my introduction, that this property is subject to a mouth easement, correct?
Yes.
And you have gone through the process of getting that approved through mouth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As part of that, did we submit a letter to Ag Preservation and then consequently mouth that kind of outlined the characteristics of your use? And that is the first letter in the packet right after the Ag Pres map. It's the fourth document in the packet right here. So this is the letter that went to mouth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you see predominantly on the second page of that letter is where we outlined the characteristics of your use. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through those briefly, but before we start, I'll ask you, is it fair to say that those characteristics remain true and accurate here today?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just go through them. I know the letter's in the record, but I want you to actually testify to those things. So the farm is actively farmed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you farm it along with Bobby Cover, correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Woodson as well, correct? Mr. Cover will be an owner and operator of the mulch operation as well. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The material that I'm sorry if I'm not a mulch terminology expert, so I apologize if I mix any of this up. But the material that you mulch, that you turn into mulch, comes from where?
It's gonna only come from us and our trucks.
I think I phrased that poorly. The raw material that you're getting, where are you getting the raw material from? Are you getting it from the property, or are you getting it from off the property?
Some from the property, some from off the property.
Okay. So raw material is coming from on-site and off-site?
Yes.
Okay. And then it gets put through a machine and turns into mulch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The mulch operation will occur during daylight hours, correct?
Yes.
There's no planned site lighting or anything like that with this request. Is
No.
that accurate? Your mulch the activity you plan will not include any retail sales at the site. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. So how does it get there and how does it get off the site?
It would be mostly our trucks coming home with material from where we're working at, and then being taken back out by our trucks.
So
once processed.
explain that to me. This is not your full-time job, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what is your full-time job?
Truck driver.
But and the farming operation as well, you
Yes.
assist with that too. So the mulch operation is not a 9 to 5, 7 days a week type of operation. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, for
Okay.
sure.
Was there a time when other people were bringing material and dropping material off that was not one of you owners of the company?
Yes.
Okay. But that is not occurring currently?
Correct.
And it is your business plan for that not to occur, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so it would be currently, who are the owners of the LLC that you formed?
Gregory Scott Woodson, Bobby, and I.
Okay, so you are the owners and the only employees of this, of the LLC, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. There is no long-term storage of tree stumps or debris from off-site, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's actually, you understand that that's part of one of the MALF requirements?
Yes.
Okay. What's the benefit of having this use at your site?
We've noticed a benefit of water runoff because it runs kind of through the area where we store the mulch. It has retained some of the storm water from going down to the wet area of the barns and stuff are.
You mean, sorry, not to cut you off, but you mean, actually I should ask you this before I should have asked you that question. Some of the material that you use, the mulch that you make,
Yes.
is that used for on-site purposes or off-site purposes?
Both. We're gonna use some of the organic matter, the screened organic matter, to put on some of the fields, and the rest will sell.
Okay, so there is a bulk sales component, but it's also used for the farm.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to, yes.
Okay, and so what you were describing is kind of where the mulch area is today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, I mean, you said that this is not your full-time job, and, you know, but is there an economic benefit to this use of the site? Does it help, you know, economically help the existing farm?
Yes.
Is this something you're hoping you can quit your day job and you'll do mulch full-time? I mean, what's, you know?
I doubt that. No, but just to make the flow of the business and farm go along a little better, just some better income.
Okay. The BZA application specifies that there's no proposed new development. Is that accurate, that you're not proposing any new development?
Correct.
The location, and maybe turn back to that first page, of where the mulch area is, for lack of better words, is that positioned in a way such that it does not interfere with the active use of the farm?
Correct.
So, you've kind of done this, but kind of walk us through what I would see if I go to your site. What do I see? And by that, Jeremy, what I'm saying is, what time are you leaving? Who's leaving? What time are you coming back to the site? Explain that to me.
I have 2 farm trucks that sometimes leave every day and come home every day. Other days they leave on Sunday night and don't come back till Friday afternoon. Some days we don't work for a few weeks because of weather or other stuff like that. The actual processing of the mulch, I think this year is only going to maybe be 40 hours worth of equipment running time to process what we have, and that's about all it would be, I think. Yeah.
Do you dye this
No.
mulch, or are there any chemicals associated with the production? Okay. Part of this packet, and I'm gonna have you flip. Well, let's do the photos real quick, just so we can get a sense. Okay, so the photos in here, we won't talk about. Is it fair to say that these photographs that have been supplied include just a brief narrative on like what they show, what they illustrate?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking at them right now. Photograph 1, photograph 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 8, photograph 7 and 8, are those just kind of the mulch and farm, area where some of the equipment is?
Yes, yeah.
And then 9 and 10, and 11 and 12. Are those fair and accurate representations of what the site looks like today?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And those descriptions are accurate, correct?
Yes.
This board did go on a site visit, so I'm not going to go through all the photographs ad nauseum, but if anyone has any questions, do not hesitate to jump in. The next document after the photos, is that an equipment list that you are providing?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on the site that is only used for mulching and doesn't also benefit the farm use of the property?
No.
So every piece of equipment is either farm use equipment only, or it's farm use and mulch use?
Yeah, dual purpose, yeah.
Okay, so give me an example of something like that. Like, what farm use does one of the trucks serve?
Well, we move our hay with them, and grain we had before, so, and anything else we need it for, around the farm.
Okay, so a truck like that, one day you might see it going up the road because it has hay in it, and one day you might see it going up the road because it has mulch in it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no equipment or vehicles that are used only for mulch and are only going in and out of the site because they're just used for mulch?
Correct.
Okay. You said that you don't foresee this becoming your full-time job and you're not trying to be, a giant mulch operator in the county, but do you expect any drastic increase or change to this type of equipment list?
I hope not, no.
Okay, so the goal would be of the operation to just see kind of reasonable replacements to things as needed and maybe an additional item here and there. Is that
Yeah.
a fair kind of
Yeah.
assessment? Okay. The access to the site, the way you get in and out with everything, is that the dirt driveway that we all probably saw when we went to the site?
Yes,
Okay, so that's the same way that you come in and out to take mulch?
yes.
Okay. At the absolute maximum, how many loads have you taken out of that site in a day?
5 loads in one day.
Was that unusual?
Yeah, well, it was, I had the opportunity to get them all out that day, so I took them all out, but, I'd say it's been more than 2 months since I've hauled anything out of there.
Okay, so the operation really ebbs and flows in the sense that there's not consistently like 2 trucks going a day, or you can't assess it on a daily type use. Is that fair?
Correct.
I just thought of another question and then I lost it. You said that the longest, what did you say about the 40, you were talking about the 40 hours.
Yeah, so the grinder, like the amount of material that we have now that we've acquired in the last year, will take only about 40 hours to grind.
So you're saying, but explain to me how the grinder works. Is that something that I could run for 10 hours a day?
No, our grinder doesn't have a hydraulic cooler, so we can only run it for about 4 hours before it gets hot, and we have to pretty much quit for the day.
So it's fair to say that at the most, it would run for a 4-hour block in one day?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you do any operations on Sundays?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of the Carroll County Noise Ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, and you're willing to comply to the extent that it's applicable to this use?
Yes.
Okay. as part of this request, are you asking that there be any signage put on the site or directing people to the site?
No.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Watt.
Okay, board members, any questions of Mr. Watt's testimony?
I have a question. So the grinder, is that used for the farm as well, or is that just for mulch?
Yes, we gather the trees and stuff that fall in the field and run them through that.
Okay, and the driveway that we saw on our site check, is that only used for the mulch area, or do you use that for the farm area as
It's for
well?
the farm too, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The traffic generation, so it's sporadic?
It is now sporadic. I think what caused most of this was some other people bringing material in. There was a lot of smaller one-ton trucks. But yes, now it is only sporadic.
Okay. What is the actual area used out of this 199 acres for mulch?
Well, what's plotted out here is 2.8, I think, and it's less than that. It's really actually just the mulch and wood piles area, if you can see that on the map.
Okay, so it's less than 2.8 acres?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
I have a question.
go ahead.
I noticed when I was down at the site visit, there's a blue tarpaulin hanging on the side of one of the buildings.
There's a what? I didn't hear.
Blue tarpaulin, or blue,
Tarp.
tarp.
Yes.
Are you currently undergoing renovations on that building?
I think he's talking about Bobby's house.
Let Mr. Cover answer that
I was
one
gonna say.
after he gives his
Okay, fair.
testimony.
I wasn't sure whose building that was, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's I'll let him, I can't testify.
You
My-
didn't
my-
read the Carroll County Times, Mr. Caldwell.
It was just in reference to the amount of traffic, so I presume that kind of work would be generating additional traffic, which would stop at some point once that work was done.
Well, I'll briefly just say that Mr. Cover is the property owner, and that's his residence, and there was a big fire there after we submitted this application, actually. It was, how many months has it been?
It will be 1 year in 4 days
Okay.
that the house built in 1851.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's what you saw there. That's his home, and there was that big fire. So yes, at some point there may be some kind of reconstruction traffic there to repair that portion of that building.
Sure,
Yes.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions of Mr. Watt's testimony? Okay, seeing none, you want to go ahead and call your next witness?
I would, yes, thank you. I'd call Mr. Bobby Cover. Mr. Cover, can you state your name, spelling your last name and your address?
My name is Robert Stitley Cover. My family has been on that property close to 200 years. My grandmother born in the house, my mother born in the house. It's the oldest property in that little valley, and I feel very responsible as the caretaker for the valley and my friends and neighbors that live there. Many friends for almost 100 years, some of the new people only 30 or 40 years. When we started this, and we've kept it very small, not much of the farm is being used, my concerns were being in land preservation, that it was legal to do this, and I also insisted on going through all the steps to ensure that we were complying with everything we needed to. I've known Jeremy, I was going to say since before he could drive, but he's been driving since he's 5 years old. A hardworking man, trying to do something, make something out of nothing practically, taking the detritus of trees and branches and turning them into a useful product, keeping them out of the landfill. And I've tried very hard to supply him with a small area and give him the time and help that he needs to be successful in this. Some of my concerns are the neighbors that have lived there for so long have become very upset about the traffic. As previously said, that was a company that was bringing us their raw material happily to get rid of it, and we needed it, but way too much traffic on this little, which was a dirt road until a couple of weeks ago. That has stopped, so that's a concern. The other concern is the farm is called Echo Hills Farm because it echoes, and we're in a bottom of a basement. We don't hear the noise as much as some of the neighbors do. And I'm concerned about that. And should we be approved, and I hope we will be, when we're finished grinding and screening and moving the material that we have on site, I will probably reassess the whole process, because I will not ruin the lives of my friends and my neighbors that when my house burned down, these people came by droves to help me. I didn't know I had that many friends. I don't want to ruin their way of life, make it frightening for them to walk their kids and their babies up and down the road. Hopefully that won't be a problem. But there are some restraints that we will have as far as how long the machines run, how many trucks go up and down the road. So we're going to really try to work with the community. And if it becomes, and a lot of them simply didn't come here today or write their names down, they know I've had kind of a hard time. They don't want to ruin my chance of making a little extra money on the farm. They know Jeremy. They don't want to hurt us. At the same time, they don't want their lifestyle to be ruined by a commercial business. So I've told all of them who have come to me and said, we're not going to testify, Bobby, because we don't want to cause you any trouble. You've had enough trouble. So we're going to bend over backwards to try to make it as pleasant as we can. And if it's still terrible when we get through this pile of mulch that we have, we will reconsider and relocate or whatever we have to do. So that's what I've promised the neighbors and what I've explained to Jeremy and Scott. Other than that, it's up to you all.
Bobby, let me ask you one quick question, because you heard Jeremy get into the history, but I'd like you to say just briefly, can you tell the board a few sentences about the butter production?
Oh, my grandmother's dad, Senator Bennett, he started the farm. The land was already there. He inherited it from his father. And I didn't know this until a couple years ago, where a friend found an article from 1886 saying that the house had just been built in 1851 and the spiral staircases, and it was a very, very fancy farmhouse for those days, certainly, and still is or was. And we were the state's largest producer of butter. Never missed a trip from farm to New Windsor to put it on a train, but one time in 15 years. We had an ice cream factory, an ice factory, 2 or 3 mills. We apparently started the hygiene in cattle, washing udders and things like that. So it goes back a long ways, and I can't take any credit for it, but my middle name is Steitley, and I use it to every advantage.
Thank you. That's all I have of Mr. Cover, unless the board has any questions.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Cover? Okay, very good. You want to call your next witness?
I would like to, yes, Mr. Lemmerman. Can you please join us at the mic? Pass that over to John, just so he has it. Can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
John Lemmerman with RTF Associates, 142 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland.
My intent is to qualify Mr. Lemmerman as an expert.
We will accept him as an expert witness in Whitfields today.
At surveying, land use design, and planning, please.
In those fields. So yes,
Thank
he
you.
is And for those of you who might be watching, we don't need to see what his resume is. What is in his resume, he's testified as an expert witness many, many times before this board, so we will accept him as such.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lumberman, were you present and did you hear all of Mr. Watts' testimony?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware of the request that's being made here today?
Yes.
Were you asked to prepare a drawing to accompany this application?
Yes, it was.
Okay. In preparing that drawing, what did you look at?
Looked at the general area of the neighborhood, of course, the property itself, the topography, and the uses on and around the property.
Can you generally describe this property and the surrounding land uses?
Sure. It's a very rural area, part of Carroll County. There's typical rolling hills. There's many patches of like woods, buffered woods areas around the large agricultural fields.
Can you tell us what this zoning of the subject property is?
Sure, it's zoned agricultural, as well as all the surrounders are also.
Okay. And, you know, you just spoke to kind of some of the buffering and screening. Is that landscaping, screening, buffering present on this property and others?
Yes, to answer your question.
And is Dr. Sightly Road, is that a county road, if you're aware?
Yes, it is a county-maintained road.
Okay. You are aware that the applicant has requested a distance variance as part of this application, correct?
I am.
Okay. Can you just point, or not point, but describe to the board, they're looking at the first visual. Can you describe where that distance variance is shown on that drawing?
Sure. On the area that's outlining the area for mulch and manufacturing operation, the southern part of that, there's a leader line that goes down to the road, which happens to be a property line also. And that is the distance. It's hard to read in that small version.
I know, I'm sorry, I don't have the printing capabilities of your office.
So the closest, any related use of the mulching operation is to the property line, and the road there is 223 feet roughly.
Okay, and that distance is from the outline of our use to the property directly across the driveway of the Cover property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would that be the Huff property?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Norman and Helen Huff property.
Mr. Lumberman, I'm just gonna, that packet that you have in front of you, look at the second to last page there, if you would, please. Get this, that SDAT. Can you just tell us, I mean, does that SDAT printout reflect the ownership information of that property across the street?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does that indicate that according to the State Department of Assessment and Taxation records that that property is not used as a principal residence? Sorry.
It says the use is, oh, yes, there's a no next to principal residence.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the distance variance that's being requested, let's talk about some of the unique and unusual aspects of this property. In your expert opinion, is it unique that that a property crosses an existing road?
Fairly unique.
Okay. Would you say that it's unique, more globally speaking, that a property is subject to a mouth easement?
It's fairly unique as far as the number of properties in the county, yes.
Okay, but perhaps less unique when it comes to specific areas of the county. Is that what you're getting at?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Now you heard Mr. Cover and Mr. Watt speak to the history of this property. Would you say that that historical background and use of this property is a unique feature?
It does have a unique historical story behind it, yes.
Is there anything that you can point to about the shape of the property that you would say is unique or unusual?
Basically, it does, like you said, it does cross the road at some point, actually 2 points. There's a lot of road frontage, particularly on this property, but it's a stream corridor also parallels the road, so it's limited access from the road. You said it's in Mouth. One unique thing about this property is that the entrance actually meets the county's site distance requirements, which is very unusual as far as accessing the property and exiting it. And I would say that another unique purpose is that this use is dual purpose, which is kind of unusual, when somebody comes in front of the board for ag or for manufacturing mulch in the Ag Preservation District.
Part of that packet in front of you, John, are some photographs, but obviously you've been to the site as well.
Yes.
Can you describe the visibility of the area of use that we're asking for from the road or from any of the surrounding properties, I guess?
Sure. I visited the site at least 3 times, once as recently as Tuesday. And when you're driving down the road, you really typically, unless you're looking for the mulch operation, you really don't notice it. If you're in the middle of rural, you're looking around, all you see is farms and old houses or typical rural visuals. I stopped, I made it a point to stop in front of the property to look for it, and you can see, the only thing that's visible from the road right in front of the property is tippy top of the mulch pile, which is typically not even that high probably most of the year, and very tip of the conveyor belt from the chipper, and that's literally all I could see from the road.
Did you go up onto the site during your visits as well, like up into the mulching area?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And could you see can you just describe that surrounding topography and whether you could see any other residences or uses or anything?
With the trees down, you could probably, I could notice maybe a few residences, but they're well over 1,500 feet away, or that was probably the closest one. And I would say anytime there's foliage on the trees, it'd be very limited, if any, to be seen.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that you're relatively familiar with the farming industry in Carroll County?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. Do you think it's fair to say that this use is located in such a place on the property that it still allows for the active farming of the remainder of the site?
It does. That was one thing I did consider. It's located, near a gravel area that's, again, a lot of the farm vehicles are parked on already. It's on an area where they mentioned it's kind of close to a swale drainage area, so it's not typically an area that would be farmed that is being used for there. I have looked at other places on the farm to see if it was reasonable to move it without having to ask for a variance, but I do believe it would either affect farming operations, they would have to clear trees, which would be contradictory to the state and county's forest conservation ordinances, or it would have more of an environmental buffer where, in the stream buffers or floodplain areas.
You're familiar with the Carroll County Code, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the Schultz v. Pritz conditional use standard, correct?
Yes, I am.
In your opinion, and I'll say some of them so that you've got them in your head. Some of the principal permitted uses are a seasonal carnival, circus, a school, a college, vet clinic, or animal hospital. In your opinion, is this requested use greater or less intense than some of the other principal permitted uses in the ag zone?
Based on the testimony and my conversations with the applicant, it's much less than most of those you mentioned.
Have you also worked on other mulch operations within Carroll County?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In hearing the testimony that Mr. Watt and Mr. Cover spoke to, is there anything that you heard that makes you think that this use is any more intense than any of those other mulch operations that you've worked on?
No, quite contrary. I think it's much less typically.
Can you say why?
Sure. The traffic generation from this operation is significantly less than any other mulch operation that I've have experience with. There's less residential areas, to be honest with you. I mean, it was always rural areas that typically they're in, but there's typically clusters of residential areas, within reason, and that's not the case in here.
When you speak to the traffic generation, are you comparing it to a heavier retail mulch operation?
Some were retail, but a lot of them are not retail.
Okay. Those are my only questions, Mr. Lemmerman.
Any questions of Mr. Lemmerman? I had questions for him to really test his agricultural knowledge, but
I did not qualify him as an expert in the area of Carroll County
that.
farming industry.
Okay, you want to enter your?
Yes, I would like to ask that all of the exhibits that I've referenced throughout be entered in this case. Thank you.
And we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you.
As the packet, in the packet that you presented to Mr. Dixon.
Thank you.
Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request before you today is, on its face, you hear again kind of the term mulching operation and you think, whoa, let me think about that. But when you really hear the characteristics that have been testified to you here today, this is much different than what you envision as more of a landscaping yard where I could go and buy mulch and take it to my house. That type of use, I think, again, I did not draft this code, so I can't say with any certainty, is more of what was intended for a conditional use requirement here, because that comes with it a much heavier use, a daily grinding, a consistent retail traffic component. There are a lot of characteristics that are inherent in other mulching operations that are not, that are significantly less intense in the operation that you heard testified to today. This is a fully functional farm in Carroll County. If you were to, for whatever reason, disapprove this request, there is nothing that stops a fully functioning farm from still driving the exact same trucks, the exact same farm equipment up and down Dr. Sightly Road. You heard all of the testimony here today that nobody is disregarding that Dr. Sightly Road is a rural Carroll County road, of which we have several, so it's not an outlier in that regard. But the intent, I would say to you, the completely unrequired intent of my clients is that they really minimize any impact to that road. I would say to you, legally speaking, that to comply with the Schultz v. Pritz standard, they do not have to do that, but that is something that they want to do because this is a property where they live and work. This is not just a commercial enterprise where they're coming in for the day and they don't care about their neighbors. This is a community location with a rich historical background as well. Also, to the extent it applies, I'll say to you that a butter production, a big dairy farm, let's talk about some trucks coming in and out of a rural Carroll County road. I mean, that is inherent in that type of farming operation. So this is not a unique aspect of this property. It's just becoming more unusual that we have these significantly rural roads in Carroll County, I think, is what's really, the issue. An approval of this request allows them to generate a little additional income to help support the farm, which is really the main intent here. The MALF easement protects that farm and and encourages the continued active operation of that farm, and that is the number one priority of everybody that you heard testify here today. That is the full intent, is to continue the operation of the farm and then to also have this use. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that Carroll County, as you well know in the code, and I even included actually in the last page in that packet I provided you, is the section of the code that directly addresses agricultural uses. And we are a county who has prioritized agricultural use in our county, which means that if you are a farmer and if you wanted to, you could farm 24/7 basically without any kind of restrictions. So the greater operation of this property is really subject to basically no restrictions. And here they are trying to do something to a kind of accessory to the farming operation with very much more limited characteristics that they're willing to submit to you here today. And also, please keep in mind that MALF is another enforcement agency in the sense here too, that everything you heard testified here today has also been information that was submitted to MALF and is the basis for their approval. So to the extent anything about the operation drastically changed, that would also need to go for a re-review through the MALF approval process before they could even come back before this board and ask for a modification of this decision. So, you know, I just want you to keep that kind of perspective when you're looking at this use and look to the other, what I would call more intense uses that are principal permitted uses in the agricultural zone, like a college. I mean, think of the traffic and things that would be associated with something like that. So with that being said, I would ask you to consider the Schultz v. Pritz standard for the conditional uses. Consider the fact that you've heard no testimony to an adverse effect of this use that's more than any other mulch operation. In fact, what you've heard is less than any other mulch operation. So in my opinion, and my legal argument to you is that this case clearly meets the Schultz v. Pritz standard. And then in looking at the distance variance that we're requesting, from a practicality standpoint, I'd ask you to consider the fact that this is not a distance variance. It's being requested from an existing residential dwelling. This is being requested to a property line of a large farm that does not have a principal residence on it. It's not to say that it's not still important to consider, but I'm just pointing out those characteristics. You've heard testimony here today to the unique and unusual aspects of this property, and there are several. I'll say I find the history myself just kind of interesting, but I do think that that's a unique feature of this property is the historical use, and the fact that it does have environmental features on the site and it crosses Dr. Stitley Road. So you've heard several characteristics pointed out, and therefore, I would submit that we have met the legal burden required, and I would ask that you approve the conditional use and the one distance variance that has been requested. Thank you.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members.
Cut and dry.
Mr. Simmons.
As far as I'm concerned, your farm has been in operation for 200 years, long before anybody else moved into the neighborhood. So you've established that, you know, you're operating a farm, there's gonna be traffic associated with that farm. They bought into the neighborhood knowing that that condition is there. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I don't have a problem with you operating a mulch business to supplement your income.
I agree. Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate the fact that you are being mindful of the neighbors and the traffic, and that you are considering the people around your farm, but I don't see any reason why you can't run your farm the way that you are.
Okay, the MALF board, the Maryland Ag Land Preservation Foundation, mulch operations back in the beginning, the program started with 77 or 78. They were prohibited on farms that were in ag land preservation. That's not the case. They've got some, the testimony supports what the rules are. The owner has to be a part owner. The materials, a portion of those has to come off of the property. In your testimony that was given today, it absolutely fits that definition that's allowed on a MALF easement. And Mr. Cover, I'd never met you. I'd heard a lot about you. It all comes together. It's understandable that you've been there a long time, but you're mindful of your neighbors, and I really appreciate that. And it sounds to me like you don't want to tick those neighbors off because, especially the one just up the road from you. But anyway, I really appreciate that, and I and I absolutely, feel that your testimony was heartfelt and not just, saying something to get an approval, from this board.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, waiting for a
You want
motion.
a motion? In the matter of case number 6309 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the conditional use request for manufacturing, processing, storage, and the sale of mulch and the distance variance be approved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court of Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.